Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, dear friends, dear colleagues. It's always difficult to be first, so I will ask for your support and to support myself and you as well. I'm very happy that we had a chance to meet here with our old friends, partners, organizers. I'm very happy that we have this new generation present in this room, because when you see the eyes of our kids, I have become more confident. So thank you very much for coming today. But I would like to start with the story that I was driving once, and I was listening to the interview of one of our military men, and he had a thought that we are too cautious about breaking bridges and destroying Russians, take into account how many men, women and children were killed. Our Russophobia is not strong enough. And this thought got stuck in my head. Maybe there is not enough of something. Maybe we are really moving too slow. What if this war is too long, for years? How are we going to survive? How we will be able to survive? What will be left of us and our country? And it's very easy to lose faith and hope when the war is more than 500 days long, when you lose every day a person you know, when we are hit every night and peaceful civilians die. And we have the right to have these weaknesses because we are tired. But the darkest times are before sunrise. We have roadmap, and that's what takes us out of this hopelessness. That's our future, the future of our parents, the future of our children. We are women, we are Ukrainians, we understand that the future of the nation is not built on hate to the other nation. The future of the nation is built on future hope, dreams, which unites us. We have common dream to win. We have common goal to build new, rich and prosperous future. And we want justice. It's fair if we are not attacked again. It's fair if our kids can go to school and not sit in shelters. It's fair if people on top are not corrupt. It's fair that all Ukrainians who are going through the hardest days, after the victory, they would live in the rich and beautiful country. But who is going to reconstruct our country? In the context of this gathering, I would like to talk about another aspect of justice and fairness. It is fair to engage women into the decision-making process. The event that I have the honor to open today is the participation of women in the reconstruction process of Ukraine. Why, for us, the co-chairs of Ukrainian Women's Congress and for our partners, it's important to talk today for at these special events? Because there are 54% of women in Ukrainian society, but we live in the world built by men. And mostly this world is built for men, and it is very uncomfortable for us. It's uncomfortable when 60,000 women in the army, but there's only male uniform. It's uncomfortable when 65% of women and girls in a small town, and there is only soccer field for boys and nothing for girls. It's uncomfortable when the deputies are not, women deputies are not trusted, and we are not allowed to go abroad, and we are discriminated whether we have kids or not. For the world to be comfortable for men and women, women need to be engaged on equal basis in reconstruction of the country. And we need to plan this reconstruction now, because we have very limited time. And also we need the new quality of post-war life, and we need new approaches. We need to plan, to think about the future now. Today, about women participation in reconstruction, uh, we will talk on different platforms: economy, entrepreneurship, education, politics, and challenges. And we want to put the human in the center of all this discussion. A person who lost their home, their loved one, their job. When we talk about global issues, we need to think about this simple thing. How can we help this particular person? So overall loss, or the cost of losses of infrastructure, that's $150 billion. The Kiev School of Economics prepared this number. So the overall number of destroyed or damaged houses, that's 158,000. The number of damaged or destroyed educational establishments, that's thousands of kindergartens, schools, universities. 806 healthcare institutions are damaged or destroyed. These are not just numbers that impress. These are numbers that influence the life of people directly. People who don't have a place now to live, to study, to get medical services. So the UN presented that 5.4 million people, they became IDPs in Ukraine. And mostly these are women and children. 8 million are forced refugees, and again, mostly these are women and children. 1.2 Ukrainian children had to leave their homes. And of course, it influenced the quality of their education. Tens of thousands of deported children. 2.4 million people lost their jobs. We have new vulnerable groups of population: young widows, young veterans, rural women who now don't have access to education, health care, and jobs, separated families. We need to think and talk about all of them, and they are suffering. But they also have window of opportunity. We need to have ambitious goals to help all of them. First, we need to reconstruct ourselves, and that's why we will talk about mental health under the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska. Then we need to help them to start new business or find a new job. And we are really grateful to our partners for grants and trainings for new entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs. Then to find a job, especially for veterans, female veterans. And here we would like to hear about state program. But also we need to talk to businesses about social responsibility, about inclusivity, about adapting the workplaces for people who were injured or who had some damage to their physical or mental health. And also to be part of government and part of decision-making process. We need to include women into construction, especially when we talk about decentralization. Also, 40,000 deputies are elected on local elections, and 40% of them have to be women. We need to engage women in politics. And also this equality for women will be a test how democratic we are. Fifth, we cannot bring our economy to a good level if we don't bring our people back from abroad. Frankly speaking, I don't like the phrase workforce, but we do need this workforce, because by the estimate of economists, we will need 3 to 4 million people who can join this workforce. We have women who have good education or two higher educations, and they are now abroad with kids. Forced migrants, they are really high quality work resources. So more people will find good jobs there, and they will not want to come back. They integrate to their new life, and it's logical. From forced migrants, they transform into labor migrants, then they transform into diaspora, and then it's very difficult to bring them back. For 51% of forced migrants, the main factor of coming back is the end of the war. Safety and security, that's the basic need. But the possibility to find a job and have decent salary is one of the key factors which would influence their decision to come back home, come back to Ukraine. That's why it's vital to have motivation and different factors to motivate them to come back home. Reconstruction of housing infrastructure, good salaries, access to healthcare, education, grant programs, access to housing programs, helping with employment. These are the issues that we need to discuss today, and we need to truly consider them and to understand all the important aspects we need to discuss. That's why I want to thank our partners, international partners, NDI, UN Women, for your constant support. I want to thank all women's organizations, civil society organizations, which didn't stop functioning during the war, but some of them even expanded or changed their area of activity. They established their cooperation with government, local government, which is very valuable. So to sum up, maybe I took too long. I just wanted to present this agenda, what we need to focus on today. So to sum up, I would like to say that altogether we can achieve our common goal to reconstruct Ukraine, safe Ukraine, modern Ukraine, rich Ukraine, and Ukraine with gender equality. Thank you very much. I hope you will have a good day. It's a great happiness and luck that we can be here all together today, as we are preparing for the next big Women's Congress, which is going to be in November. But today we talk about reconstruction. Slava Ukraini, Slava to Ukrainian women, and Slava to our partners. Thank you very much, Ms. Olena. Discussion. So now we can start. Ms. Olena, the I'm giving the floor to you. We are talking about reconstruction. You're the head of the committee that uh, and tell us about reconstruction and of course tell us about gender aspect of reconstruction. Dear friends, dear colleagues, thank you for this opportunity of being a part of this event. I will start with some general phrases, but I think they are important. I travel around the country a lot, and every time I see women, I cried with these women in Bucha a few days after the occupation, and we were there with Miss Irena near mass graves. I met with these women in Bakhmut when they were fighting for this town together with male soldiers. I met these women in Dnipro, in Meshchenkovo hospital, where they met our soldiers who come without extremities, skin or eyes, and I saw how these people with terrible injuries, with the help of care and love of these women, they returned back to health. I saw these women in Sumy who, before the war, took huge loans, and then their enterprises were destroyed by missiles, but they came to me to offer to some amendments to legislation how to simplify life for businesses. I saw these women in Poltava when I saw wonderful merchandise, and this way they were collecting donations to UAF. I saw these women in Uzhhorod, where women, IDPs from the east, they created a shelter for children and women who needed that. I saw these women when once I was coming back at night from Chernihiv, as they were repairing a bridge which was destroyed by the occupiers. This list can be endless, and I think each of us has lots of examples like this. Our women are everywhere. They work, they fight, they go abroad, they bring drones, tourniquets, cars, they heal, they stitch the wounds, they take care of our children, and I think we don't have enough statistics or numbers to estimate the contribution of women into victory and the future reconstruction and their contribution into our country overall. But today I think we need to talk about how all our women, because we all know that they are heroes, we don't need to prove that, it is already proven, but how all our women, how we need to give them the life which would correspond to the quality of their work. How we can take away this unfairness and injustice, how to take away these limitations and gender stereotype that they still face. I came to politics from business,
from construction business. To some extent, they often refer to this profession as a men's profession, but in my entrepreneurial activities, I never encountered outright hostility or very rigid discrimination. However, I did face that in politics later on. Everything could happen when they tried to undermine reputation, and there were attacks on my family, and what gangsters did not do back in 1990s, where they attacked children, they did even that. However, we are still fighting, and we are ready to fight for justice. We are ready to fight for equality, for the opportunity to influence the decisions and to make the decisions. This is so important for us. And I believe that the aspect of inequality is relevant not only for our country but also for other countries. because the human factor is there. You cannot do without it. But I'm so happy that me and my colleagues within this cadence, we managed to approve the election code, electoral code, and the gender quota 40%, and the first election was held under that. The figures might be not perfect, however, in local councils, previously it was up to 15%. In regional councils, I mean. Now it is more than 20%. When we speak about regional councils, this is more than 30%. Well, of course, this is not perfect, but all of us understand very well how important it is to make politics more accessible for our women. In our party, we have a very important movement, maybe not quantitatively, but qualitatively it is important. This is the movement for women, and by we are creating a very important reserve of those women who can later be engaged in various important political processes. It doesn't really matter where they will work further on in the parliament, in the government, in local authorities, but it is important now for all of us to help these women to fulfill their dream. Maybe for many of them that's a dream, that they're involved into political processes. I believe that no matter which political group you represent now, in the parliament, us women, we can be that driving force, helping those women who dream of coming to policy, helping them to do that in an easier, safer, and maybe faster way. The second aspect that I would like to mention is engagement in all the processes that are not only about recovery. Well, now when we speak about recovery, recovery is about new senses, new approaches, new standards for us. So I would like us all to involve, to the extent possible, to all of this process, those veteran women who will come back to civil life from the front line. Because we could speak long about that. We need to amend legislation on entrepreneurship of veterans, for example. We could speak about that the state needs to provide the respective grants. Well, you know, even before the war, women often found it difficult to find employment. They may have young children and so on and so forth. But what about now? How will businesses welcome or take in those women veterans who might also have these problems? It would be good if we could develop this initiative to facilitate access to businesses, corporate businesses or small businesses, to make sure that women, veterans, had this opportunity to find an employment and to have decent labor conditions, to make that as accessible as possible. And the third statement, which is important to me, I believe that all of us need to work a lot on comprehensive support for each other. It would be really good if those women who are in politics, in power or in opposition, in the government, in local governments, in businesses, in volunteer women, veteran women, those who feel that they are strong enough, it would be good if they could hold the hand of those who probably feel weaker today. Because this unity and this assistance, this is actually our main power after the victory, main strength. I believe that we will manage, no matter what. After the war, we will be very strong, and Ukraine will be the focus of peace after the war, and us, Ukrainian women, need to be this role model of solidarity and unity. Thank you to all of you, and glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Thank you, Olena. Now, Irina, to continue speaking in the context of the conditions for recovery. What do you think already the government, the parliament, politicians, what they need to do to make sure that this recovery process doesn't get stuck and to ensure gender balance? Thank you, dear colleagues. This is my great honor to attend this discussion today. I believe that we do lack intellectual discussions that, despite the war, need to be organized so that after the war we had this platform to move on. The war has been ongoing for more than 9 years and these 500 days. And it is a great achievement of Ukraine that during these 9.5 years, despite the terrible war and genocide, homicide that started in February 2014, that despite that Ukraine has been implementing reforms. In particular, this is the work that we did in the previous convocation of the parliament and what we are doing now to ensure gender equality. The fact that there are now more women in power, that's a great achievement, and this is what helps Ukraine to move forward towards the EU and NATO. But it is obvious that this war that started, the full-scale war after the 22nd of February, it made a lot of corrections in many areas, including gender equality. This is something that we need to speak about. Now we have 60,000 women in the armed forces of Ukraine, and that's huge. But do we know their names? Do we often speak about Tanya Chernavil, who is probably the only woman now who is head of detachment that manages Tugna, or Lesia Litvinova, Tanya Chernavil that destroyed 3 tanks, one under Kiev, 2 under not far from Kherson. She doesn't have a single award from the state that some prosecutors from Odessa region or singers, they have that. Lesia Litvinova does not have any awards from the state either. So I believe that when we now speak about that the role of women in the future victory will be very important, we need to make sure that we are not, do not become a country of nameless heroes, because they have their names and we need to speak about them and we need to mention them on the marathons. The current parliament has the record number of women, more than 20%, and that's cool. But unfortunately, we have to admit that there are aspects where we have to look for compromise, for trade-offs. And sometimes, well, it helps us that we are women, but we have to say that impact of women on decision-making, unfortunately, is not huge now. The war makes its corrections, that's true. But in the Council of Defense and Security, in the military office, there are no women, we only see men there. That's not right, because that needs to be the ideology of public authorities. The role of women in the future victory is so important, so they already have the right to influence decision-making, including in parliament, not only formally, but ideologically and in other sense. I would like to speak about the positive aspects of the current team, where now women play a more important role than before. Diplomacy, for example. I am so inspired to see how some of our ambassadors, female ambassadors, work in our strategic partner countries, where their experience and their energy supports their very high quality of diplomatic work. And it is important that political appointments did not undermine this idea. In the parliament, we may have very strenuous discussions on various aspects of domestic policy, but I'm proud that externally we demonstrate this protection of this fight to protect our territorial integrity and unity. And that's an important example, role model of how women are supposed to work, insisting on adoption of very important decisions and resolutions for our country. Speaking about recovery, for me, as for any Ukrainian, the war started 9.5 years ago. And we have visited Donbass frequently. That was first destroyed, and then there was some recovery process. And recently I went to Družkivka. I often mention that at international conferences. So there, after Družkivka was liberated due to our international partners, we built 10 new schools. They are state-of-the-art, good for Kiev, as well as kindergartens. Now none of them is there. All of them have been destroyed in ruins. And happily, when they were shelled, there were no children in those facilities. They also destroyed the recovered, rebuilt schools in Kramatorsk, Slavyansk. I'm afraid to even imagine what's happening in Mariupol, where our international partners invested a lot of technical assistance, and by are recovering and the budget, Ukrainian budget, we try to showcase Mariupol. We went there many times, right? So if you did not visit Mariupol before the war, that's a significant loss, because you didn't see that European and beautiful city with beautiful embankments and schools and kindergartens. Can we now speak about recovery seriously? We have to think about the victory prevailing. Can we invest into like soap operas when we need to think about the drones? Or can we invest into pavement tiles if there are no where there are no weapons? So can we be a country of veterans who are like in their 20s or 30s? So we above all need to focus on our victory, and it's good that we have the Ministry for Veterans, and we need to have a veteran policy. I absolutely agree with the colleagues who spoke before that these are the themes that may unite us, definitely. And I'm sure that it doesn't matter today if you represent the party in power or the powers that represent or parties that represent the minority but work for the benefits of the country. Women in the parliament need to be more pronounced, better heard, to insist on the ideology, and our only ideology is victory, membership in EU and NATO, and here we need to all of us come together. So I believe that there are themes that do not attract sufficient attention now. In particular, when we speak about adequate gender budgeting, as Svetlana Wojciechowska started, we didn't know this word several years ago, but Svetlana started the process. I'm grateful, but now this is a forgotten story, and that's wrong. To me, gender-based, gender-sensitive budgeting, this is, well, you know, previously we spoke about school, social issues, humanitarian issues, which was important for women. But for me, gender-based sensitive budgeting, it is something that is very much focused towards the victory, because this is not only about the women who have served in the army, this is also about the women who lost their dear ones, women who will live with veterans, with amputees, and we are not yet an society inclusive enough. And I'm sure that these themes can bring us all together. So, as well as the theme of Ukrainian women coming back, who they care not only about security but also about democracy. And you know, this popular idea in the society that the military will come back and they will put everything in order, but it is so infantile. They are working so hard at the front line, and it is really disregard to kind of delegated to them, that they will come and they will fight corruption, they will do their best for us to be in the EU and NATO. No, guys, we need to work as long as we work in this convocation of the parliament. We need to work hard so that when new people come, so that they could see that this group of people did our best, so that in the previous years, despite the war, Ukraine got visa-free regime. So we need to be sure that this year we will have very good results on the path towards European integration membership. And here we need to do everything to include that into the agenda of the parliament. It's not okay when out of 30 laws on the agenda, none of them brings us closer to NATO and the EU, the Constitutional Court or a recovery of e-declarations, etc. Let's work on that. And I believe that that's going to be our key objective. And further on, we will then proceed with recovery, because it still will take us long to come to that point of recovery. Thank you, Irina. And we do speak a lot about how important it is to be all together, united, to stay united, that this is the important material, and that was forged in this war. But we should not stay away from discussions and uncomfortable themes, because there is no country where there are no uncomfortable themes. So good, even intense discussion, that's much better than the wasteland on our eastern border. So, dear Alexandra, so that this wasteland did not try to break through our borders, it is important to have security guarantees, and you are working in that direction. You promote support of Ukraine in the context of security. Could you tell us more about the role of women, and to what extent the voice of women in this rather masculine aspects, how serious, how heard is that, and how important is that?
Thank you very much. I think that I would like to continue what my colleagues have started, that today our women, not only from the parliament, but they are our ambassadors to the world. Now, the whole world, they see Ukrainian women and they understand what Ukraine is. And every time when I speak English with people, I say that Ukraine is female in the Ukrainian language. And now they understand even better this representation of Ukraine abroad. You know, if about 2 years ago, when I worked more with anti-corruption, if somebody said that I would become expert on howitzers and how they are produced, I would never have believed that. But when the war started and we had this women battalion, Maria Ivonova, Anastasia Radina, and representatives of all parties who traveled around the world, who visited Washington and convinced people to give us weapons. You know, it's very powerful when women come and they say, my child is now under shelling, my husband is fighting at the front line, my colleague Marisa Stefanushina, she lost her husband on the front lines. And when they come to their colleagues and they tell their personal stories, it's not about politics. It really leads to empathy, and they cannot say no. And these friends and people who helped Ukraine, these were Ukrainian congresswomen who I called at 6 a.m. when the first missile was coming at Kiev on the 10th of October. And I called them and I asked them, like, where our air defense? And it was Columbus Day, the day off, but they woke up at 6 a.m. And they did everything possible to give air defense to Kiev, and I could only call my husband at 6 a.m. That was it. And when I was 9 months pregnant, I asked for weapons, and after I gave birth, I visited Washington when my child was 3 weeks old, and this congresswoman asked me whether I was breastfeeding and whether I could pump, and she just gave me her office for pumping, and she offered me to bring a baby with me, and so that I could have breastfeed. And everybody in the United States, they needed to see my baby and to understand that that's why we're here, because we're fighting for a safe country for these babies. And this women's support is wonderful, because probably I would never share a story like this in for the male audience. And one thing that we don't discuss enough, these women in the front line, and they are not just fighting with weapons, but they give their lives. Lesya Litvinova was mentioned, but if you know, Lesya has 5 kids. When she was pregnant with her fourth child, she came to Maidan. Now she went to fight on the 24th of February, so she's a deminer. So every day with her husband, she can die at any moment because you never know where the mines are exactly. But when we are looking at our commanders, we don't have any women among commanders. Maybe you know Yevgenia Zakrevska, who was our main advocate of Maidan. And now she works with drones and she works in intelligence. And you know why I'm grateful? It's not that we need to give them awards. They don't want medals, but they went there because they believe that they can do more for the country there rather than in their usual position in Kiev. And if we have 15% of women in the army, so we need to have at least 15 women in the leadership of the armed forces of Ukraine. And they cannot just be at the rear and cook for the soldiers. So these women, they need to be decision makers as well. And if we talk about reconstruction, we need to talk about how to bring our women back. Unfortunately, now we don't talk enough, even in the parliament. You know, probably the only job where I was not asked whether I'm going to have a child or whether I have a child, that was when I was running for parliament. All employers, they immediately ask you whether you're going to have a child, and I asked, like, how does it influence my employment prospects? And they said, like, oh, you don't understand, but it's important. And imagine all these millions of women who we want to bring back to Ukraine. And these women need to come back to Ukraine, understanding that there are not enough kindergartens, that they need to bring their kids back home after school in the afternoon. And if we don't think about this, we cannot bring our women and engage them in the workforce. And the majority of businesses which were open during the war, these are women, and we need to give them opportunity to work by creating a kindergarten and all different childcare services. For some reason, men are not asked about kids. Even though we have a law now that about paternity leave, but men are never asked whether they have kids or whether they are planning to have kids. And that's why women need to be in leadership position, in management positions. And here I mean in the army and in politics. Because 20–30% women in parliament, but only 3 women, they are heads of committees. So everything about finance and expenses, it's all about men. All key decisions are made by men, so it's not that bad anymore, because as I work in law enforcement committee, so this is the first convocation where there is at least 1 woman in this committee. Before that, there were former police, prosecutors, and they made decisions about the law enforcement system. And now we have women, and only because there are women in this committee, so this so-called case of Kaharlik, where woman was raped in the police department, actually this case was properly investigated. And that's why, like, we need to fight, we need to unite. And the topic of joining NATO, our security warranty, also joining the EU, that's something that can unite us. But we need to understand that we have something in common, and we should not fight around this. We need to fight to preserve our country. Thank you very much. To continue the topic about family and kids, and I asked my husband how many times my husband was asked whether he was married and whether he has kids. I was like, no, I don't remember. I was like, believe me, if you were asked, you would remember. Miss Uliana, you work on local level. And we have a little bit distorted idea about politics, and usually people are more attentive to the president and parliament, and people are more active on presidential elections, even though local deputies and those people who we vote for locally, they influence our life more. So tell us about Lviv. Tell us about the role of women and how it has changed in the full-scale invasion, and what opportunities do you see for yourself, for women in local government? Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank our soldiers that we have this wonderful opportunity to get together here and to have this discussion and to talk about this wonderful important topic about the role of women in the reconstruction of the country. And I want to thank these wonderful speakers, because believe me, many women look up to you, and they are observing and happy to see all your successes, even though it is difficult for all women now, for mothers, for wives who are waiting for their husbands from the front line, sisters. And I want to say that there are millions of women, members of the community, who you don't see on newspapers, on TV, but they do tremendous amount of work locally. And their biggest participation was absolutely necessary. I'm proud that I worked shoulder to shoulder with these women. Lviv is foremost. It's rare, but you know that Lviv accepted and hosted a huge number of people, children. You remember this huge number of trains and buses of people who are running away from the war. They had nothing on them. They didn't have any means, any clothes for kids, and Lviv women, they united. And for me, as a representative of politics, and it was a great importance for me that I'm a member of the party which has been led by a woman for 24 years, and we still do a lot of work in Lviv. We don't see that much of that work, but big waves of migration happen. But you know that Lviv, that's near border forepost, but so warm food and helping people who were waiting for a few days near borders in lines. We were supporting these people, and our communities could do that, and our women did everything possible, and they continue this work. They are not just working on their regular job, or they support their dream businesses, but they do 4 or 5 different activities. For example, if they are professor or teacher, they at the same time they do a lot of volunteer work. Also, they are deputies of village or town councils, and what Ms. Olena already mentioned, that about this prohibition of local deputies not to be able to cross the border, and that's Ravaruska Sheheni, and that's very important source of income for them, because they provide services, or their families are abroad. And sometimes these women, they say that they need to leave this post. I cannot survive. My husband is fighting. I cannot just live with this function of a local deputy. I need to keep my business going in order to keep the income for my family. And we are trying to do everything possible. And I think it's not just about Lviv, but we have many good organizations of the Club of Successful Women in Lviv and Ukraine, and the Business Chamber of Women, and with their support, a huge amount of money is donated to the Armed Forces of Ukraine and IDPs. And I want to thank all those women who could host and welcome with warm heart these people who came from the East, and they chose Lviv as their new home. And it's a lot of work, you know, it's not easy, but we have these women who support these communities and do this huge amount of work. And the role of a woman is huge, but we still combat stereotypes, because when you have a meeting or you come to provide support, especially when you visit communities, and if I come to help to those people who address our party, and sometimes I hear, but you're a woman. It's like, yes, I am, but I can help you. And so, unfortunately, we still face these stereotypes, and I think we will still need some time to not to have these moments anymore, to understand that a woman is strong and she can do a lot. Even if I look at my personal experience, I came to local governments, even though I'm a scientist, I love my job. I came to local governments when Lviv Council was headed by a woman, and I came to support her. Right now, we don't have the head of the council, only acting head, but I hopefully that the next session and negotiations among our men will lead to this opportunity again to have leadership position for women. Because if you let me, I will talk about Lviv today, because the mayor, the head of the Oblast administration, and the heads of departments is mostly men. And if we talk about some competitions, women can go through this competition, whether we talk about public service or other, but if there are interviews, sometimes the questions are asked about how you're going to manage your family duties and your work duties. You have 2 kids, for example, and I say that I do successfully. When I was defending my thesis in 2010, and there were very few women at my university, and the first professor from Security Service, from Academy of Security Service of Ukraine, he said that it was first experience of the opponent during the presentation of the thesis of a woman in this topic, and I told him that it's good to start, but it's very important for our women who are so strong and powerful. It's important to bring them back home, at least those women that I know personally, because now the scientists that I cooperate with, you know that for them to get diplomas, they need to speak English, and the majority of our women, they can work abroad. And for reconstruction, we need to bring them back. We need to bring our successful women back. And I want to thank our international partners who participate in different grants, but we want their knowledge and experience and skills to actually be useful for Ukraine. And if we talk about local level, for any political party, for scientists, volunteers, businesswomen, now they can do and combine all these functions, and they use this strong Ukrainian force, and they can do businesses, they can be scientists, they can be in politics, they can take care of their kids, they represent women on international arena, and I'm very proud that I'm one of those women. And I just want to say that when I look into this room and I see these beautiful Ukrainian women, and I'm happy that I am one of you. And I wish us all the strength, the inspiration to fight our external enemy. And when there is no enemy anymore, we will be able to reconstruct this beautiful, prosperous Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! Thank you very much, Ms. Uliana. Ms. Olga? Elections. Are we going to have elections? Of course, not right now. Of course, we cannot talk about any exact timeline. But here, I thought about this not really good stereotype that Ms. Irina mentioned, that guys will come back from the front and they will resolve all the problems. And even if you think about this, boys or guys will come back. Girls are not even mentioned. And girls are out of this discussion, even in this absurd statement. And we have 60,000 women in the front line, women in politics, and again we're going back to mother, a woman who protects the child, and it's an important role, but not. But when we come to elections, the voters who believe that guys are coming back from the front line, they will look at the women that, oh, women is something unusual or exotic. So what do you think about the opportunities for women for the next election campaign, whenever it's going to be? Of course, I am asked about elections, even though I work with a wider range of topic, but I will start with the story of my husband. My husband, on the 26th of February, joined the Armed Forces of Ukraine. He was not mobilized, he was not asked, but he wanted to go there, and I let him go there. Even though we make decisions together, this decision, it belonged to him. It was the hardest decision for me not to say no, not to offer alternatives. Because many years before that, when people were killed at Maidan, and I was in different city, but he was with kids at home. And it was his biggest trauma in his life, that he was not part of that, where his colleagues were, and our colleague from Lviv died at Maidan. And when I was pregnant, until the last day, I was at work. And I went to maternity hospital from the office. And months later, I went to a very important conference, and my husband stayed with my baby, with our baby. Here I'm talking about partnership. And I think partnership is very important, not to create ghetto for successful women and men, but it's very important to offer the shoulder to each other. That's what can change political landscape, landscape of the whole society, because we need to think about others, but we need to help each other grow, build career, change what we want to change. And when my husband came to a doctor, a female doctor, with our baby for some regular checkup, there was a hint like what he can do. He cannot answer any questions. What symptoms the baby can have, or what happened during labor. He knows. He's the caregiver for the baby, and he was present during labor. And the doctor asked whether maybe mother is an alcoholic. So just to believe that the mother just at work and the father is taking care of the baby, it was hard to believe. And this is a female doctor, pediatrician. And so we need to have this dialogue and to get rid of this trash. And this trash is in both women and men's heads. And what I would like to continue, that after the full-scale invasion started, the role of a woman changed. If I thought before that I worked a lot, actually it was vacation before. Because now, yes, I need to be the mother. My son is here. And we saw in the video one of my speeches during the Summit of Democracy of the UN in Geneva.
That was early April last year. My face was distorted with pain because that was the day after they liberated Bucha and Irpin, and the entire world saw that footage with the photos of people dead and tortured to death. And there were a lot of important people in the audience who, when preparing the summit, passed the floor for introductory address to a Russian man. And I wanted to convince everyone that the aspects of unavoidability, irreversibility of developments of the European region regarding aspects of territorial integrity, sovereignty, human rights, and international law, that needs to be now included in all agendas of international organizations and NGOs, humanitarian organizations. But my call to this limited audience and my statement was that the only thing that my child wants is going back to Ukraine. This is his dream, to be with his father. Going back to politics, let us try to be honest. There is nothing dirty about elections. This is another stereotype that I believe originates from the Soviet Union for our region and the post-Soviet era, when there was no actual competition. In some countries, it was so rooted that the Russian Federation turned into an authoritarian regime that started fighting other democracies across its borders, and in some countries it turned into elitism of politics, where only rich people, educated people have access to it, or those who are included into pools of rich people who have the resources, or politics and elections. For most people, this remains just a symbolic act. If every citizen wants to be an actor, actually, I mean, not someone who speaks from the scene, but where they want to be to participate, where they want to be the actor, and where they want to have their agency. This is about the mandate. This is what differs us from the Russian Federation. In Ukraine, the most important mandate of all of us is our passport of citizen of Ukraine. And this function, this mandate, can legally be implemented with one action, and this is elections. Elections, this is not about dirt technologies, tricks, this is not about money, this is about human rights, because this is the only way how you can, in a full-fledged and legal way, participate in managing your state or local governments. No other way to do that. And thus, when we follow this thesis that maybe after the war we will build something, or we will speak about political recovery and democracy, well, actually this is also the effect of propaganda. Beneficiaries and of which are those who are in the elite club. The sponsors may change. However, this is about that not the entire society feels its responsibility and wish and long-term consequences to manage their own state with the instrument of elections. And that is why when our politicians say that we should not speak about elections now, this is toxic and popular. However, in those narrow clubs, gentlemen with cigars plan their election campaigns. They are planning the election system, which will be more convenient. They estimate their ratings on the day-to-day basis. So then what are we speaking about? Let's make this process open, public, and name things as they are. Elections, this is about the participation of every citizen in managing their states, his or her state. No matter when that's going to happen, we are too late now. The election code was developed for 10 years, before the previous convocation of the parliament, and then during that convocation, during this convocation, 3 times they voted for the election code. And that's a huge range of problems, issues, technical phases, processes that need to be regulated in the country where they massively falsify the results. In the country where they have that, it's possible to write a law on 10 pages and just trust each other. But in the situation where we have the neighbor, the Russian Federation, and where there are quite a lot of, unfortunately still, we have those agents, we cannot rely on trust as a security guarantee. So aspects of data security, cyber security, physical security, they are high on our agenda. One standard about the election process is the basic thing. legislation, practices, and the formula for holding elections. The electoral system needs to be well understood and known a year before elections as a minimum. If we know it 2 or 3 years in advance, that's okay. But it's important that the authorities and civil society groups that maybe by then would like to step into the politics, they need to know in which way and how, according to which formula, it will be possible for them to participate, so that we avoid the situation where this is the elite-oriented system. We need to open up this dialogue. We need to speak about that this is elections. This is a way to bring citizens back to Ukraine. We held a lot of surveys abroad. People want to engage in political life more than before. While in 2019, 63% of our respondents who are now abroad, based on our surveys, participated in voting in elections. Now it is 80%. And this is about 20% of citizens who left abroad. And for them to come back, they need to not just vote, they need to participate in governing their state and in forcing the agenda on the political stakeholders via actual programs for bringing back, reintegrating people. When we surveyed people in 8 countries, when are you going to come back? 17% said they won't come back, and that's objective reality. But 55% said that they lived in Ukraine better than they are now living abroad, and this is a window of opportunities. 22% said that they have the same living standards as in Ukraine, but in Ukraine it feels more comfortable. They have their families, their husbands here, friends. That's also about family reunion, and that's an important motivation for them to come back. If we do not include our IDPs and we do not fully include refugees into political life, we will not have this recovery plan. Because for me, recovery, this is about demography, this is human dimension, this is education. Nothing was mentioned in London during the recovery conference about education, but that's so important. That's something that motivates women to take their children and come back to Ukraine. Or middle-aged people, not only young people, they're motivated to study at universities in Ukraine. I now study at 2 universities, but I know people abroad who got their grants and they are studying, and they say, will someone have demand for my London-based education degree in Ukraine? So elections, this is about participation in governance. This is political process, and this is about participating in the recovery process. At one recovery event in Brussels, our Lithuanian partners asked the question whether we should rebuild schools, because there was this request from Brodyanka town, as far as I remember, in the situation where everything was destroyed, where the money should be invested into rebuilding schools. In the system of coordinates of our partners who do care about what's happening to us, they do not understand sometimes that if we do not have the humanitarian magnets, many people will not come back. And demography, it shows the prospects for development of the state, because look, the greatest number of refugees who left Ukraine forever, these are not those who left in February or March 2022. These are those who left after December 2022. This is about destruction of critical infrastructure. So these people left to never come back. We had the positive saldo in April this year, where more people came back than those who left. And May triggered people to leave again, because that was the question about how to live on in this situation of insecurity, daily attacks on the capital. If they have this feeling of security, this is top priority for them to come back. Obviously, people will learn how to live with that, as many of us are living with it. My child is here. And I understand that this is something that we will need to work on. But coming back to elections, definitely we will need to revise this system in all. I believe that it needs to stick to remain as open and proportionate as well. Because no other country has this number of people living abroad or not where they are permanently registered, but we need to come to overcome that. And CIC, this is not their interest only. Our mission is different. Political discussion around development of the state, that's an adequate thing, that's right. It is much worse to hush down the problem and to postpone that until you never know when. And then those who have resources and knowledge, access to information, then they come forward with those formulas that are acceptable for them. And that's about women. Women, in the context of full-scale aggression, they got not rights, but much higher responsibility for themselves, their children, for their homes that maybe where there are no men any longer, where it is about partnership, and you are the only partner now responsible for everyone. In my family, 3 men aged from 32 to 42 who are now in the army. My husband and his brother and the husband of my sister, who has a 7-month-old child, and she delivered her in the situation of total blackout, and she needed surgery in that time when there was no electricity. So for those who are now undergoing that abroad, because they are not living in better conditions, that's a myth. And for those who are in Ukraine, they must be included into the process of development of this vision, post-war vision for Ukraine. And the election process, this is natural selection. If the current president and the team receive the mandate to the amount of representation as now, they will lead this process. If someone else in the parliament who will have a bigger faction in the parliament and will promote their agenda, their only way is to keep up dialogue, and that's okay, that's normal. Because I'm sure that we don't see them yet as political actors, but the only interest is that this country becomes center of Europe. Because never has Ukraine been heard that loudly globally. Women have never had this access to top officials. That instead of focusing on elections, my organization set up a center for documenting crimes of war crimes. And they ask, how come? Well, that's easy. If your lawyers have trained 70,000 police officers in Ukraine, it is not that difficult to hold interviews with survivors. But you need to involve psychological component and to retraining and training, and that's possible. We established the International Center for Ukrainian Victory. This is not about women's tears. That was relevant during the first months of full-scale invasion. This is about figures, data, about the scenario for completing the war, ending the war. And this is about surveys, a lot of expert work and contribution. But what we have the opportunity to be mobile, and this is about access to top offices in many countries of the world, and we must use this opportunity to help Ukraine to prevail and to look into the eyes of your husband or your wife after the battle is over, so that us in the rear, that we've done everything so that they could come back to the country, to the democratic country where they were fighting and against Putin, because Putin wants to destroy us. My last statement, I understand that I've taken too long, but we shouldn't believe that it will be easy, the war will be over and it will recover. No, it will never be as it used to be. I'm speaking about the country, about the society, but we may become better. We have this unique experience that we couldn't have before. This is about the country as well. Because now we can be in dialogue with global leaders about what Russia should be like, because it will always be risky, hazardous for any neighbor. They will definitely continue their aggressive policy against neighbors. In the last 200 years of existence of the Russian Federation, it engaged into 50 wars. The time period for the wars was like 4 years. The maximum duration of this period without wars was 7 years, and that's where Russia had lost the previous war. If they prevailed in the previous war, it was like 3.5 or 5 years until the next war. It was much shorter. And all our partners need to keep in mind that without institutionalized guarantees of security guarantees for Ukraine, that's the EU and NATO, we will not recover. And they will suffer as well. It's not that we will just be saying we told you, but you know, it is possible to anticipate that as Nord Stream 2 and the start of hostilities, beginning of hostilities after completion of the project. We need to convince everyone that the Ukrainian nation is in place, but it's going to be mobile. We should not create conditions where we say that you left, so don't vote for our president or our parliament or whatever. Now we have this unique window of opportunities where a Ukrainian in any country of the world can be an agent of influence and ambassador, as Jews did some time ago. And this is the chance that we must use. So I very much support the dialogue among Ukrainians, no matter where they are. I am against stereotypes and lies about the political process and elections, because openly everybody says that nothing can be done, but the process is ongoing, so let's make it transparent and fair. And I'm against giving labels to men or women or elections. That elections, that's a dirty process that nobody wants to deal with. That's about political engagement. Without it, only degradation is possible. And thank you. Thank you, Olga. And you understand that when they apply stereotypes, it's much easier to manipulate people, because it seems to them that this is the frame and only 10% of reality is covered by the frame, but people think that this is 100%, and then speculations start. So, Marcin, you are representative of a large partner organization for Ukraine. What is your vision of the role of our partners in the process of recovery and ensuring involvement of women into this recovery rebuilding process? Because Russia also likes speaking about this external management, but as Olga said, this is partnership. So within this partner dialogue, what could be done by international partners?
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. So I'm going to speak English.
To thank Ukrainian Women Congress for organizing this event, and I really mean it when I say that, you know, on behalf of donors, USAID, UK Aid, Government of Canada and Sweden, and NDI, it's an enormous privilege to support you and work with you. You know, I'm attending dozens, if not hundreds of events, and I have to tell you that every time I'm coming to speak on your event, I have to fight with yet another stereotype, which is that men should not cry. And I really mean it. You know, every time I hear your stories, I mean, it's just, you cannot control it. And I think it's very important for us to realize, you know, when you go to places like Cafe Honey, when you see this t-shirt, what are your superpowers? I am Ukrainian. When I hear your stories, when I look at you, your dignity, you know, your work, the sacrifices you are making, I think all of you, every Ukrainian woman in this room, you are a super heroine of our times, and bravo ve. Thank you. And then it's, you know, it's really no bigger privilege for NDI to work with all of you when it comes to supporting you as a party leader, supporting you as a, you know, leader of the fraction, local activists, party leaders, civil society. You know, I could tell the stories about each of you because I work very closely with you. And colleagues, one of the things which we are doing, and I think all of us should be doing, is to make sure that those stories stay with us. In English, you say his story, but it's also about her story. We are supporting a number of, documentary films with BBC, with Suspilne, I'm a Woman, and again, I strongly encourage all my colleagues, men, watch those movies. You will see enormous women power. We are supporting a number of publications, books about women veterans. For the sake of time, I will just focus on 3 very important messages. A number of our colleagues mention it. It's when it comes to reconstruction processes, political processes, it's not just to be in the room where decisions are made. It's not even about being at the table where decisions are made. It's being at the head of the table. And this is something where Ukraine, can achieve. And I think we all want to see Ukraine with a strong army, but also with a strong democracy, strong economy, social cohesion, and strong society. And all of those things can be achieved if we do not give women a right place at the head of the table. And we've heard your examples. I don't want to choose any particular example, but Sasha, we know how much she has done in Washington for parliamentary diplomacy. One day, Sasha, I hope you will be able to reveal it all. In terms of what Olga is doing as behalf of civil society. And like I said, we really need to use your examples to send a very powerful message. Women in Ukraine need to be at the head of the table because otherwise Ukraine will not succeed. Another point I really loved, Ira, Sasha, your points. We work very closely with the parliament, and that's my personal opinion. Some of my men colleagues might not agree with me. You might be 22% in terms of representation, but you are 80% in terms of brains. Use this power. Use this power, and all those things which Ira mentioned, this is something which you need to basically unite yourself, and and brains will prevail because you have those ideas. 2 other points which are very important, definitely we're discussing this with Olga, with Opora. I see enormous challenges for the political process and for the upcoming elections. And I think what we've been discussing many times, it's not just about election day. It's also to realize that the next few years are going to be very, very difficult for women political participation. If you look at the percentage of women refugees, percentage of women IDPs, unfortunately, women are already excluded from political processes. And they will find it very difficult to be, in this leadership position when it comes to politics. So my huge request to all my friends, not just protect the quotas, come up with more initiatives when it comes to political parties, women organizations within the parties, work very closely with civil society, with Opora and other organizations to make sure that we are not just protecting the integrity of the election day, but we also protect inclusion of the whole political process to make sure that those gains, 21% in the parliament, 20% at the oblast level, 36% at the local level, that we are not losing it. Unfortunately, experience of other conflict and post-conflict countries shows that every time we have this transition post-conflict elections, the representation of women drops significantly. This is an experience of all other European countries who went through the phase of conflict. So the next 2-3 years are going to be extremely important to protect women representation. Also, there are challenges, I agree, related to centralization. Wartime, we see the challenges with decentralization. I would once again appeal to all the women leaders, especially those in this room, try to make sure that you protect women councillors. There were some unfortunate decisions. I know that every single woman leader in this panel is opposing it. I know that unfortunately, maybe some men at the top do not understand us when we are saying we have to protect women representation of the local level, exactly as it was said today. For that, many of those women councillors, they are resigning from their positions because they have very difficult decisions to make. to support the family, to support themselves. And we are losing the gains of the last few years of decentralization. I want to finish on a positive note. You know, definitely seeing Ukrainian Women Congress, seeing the level of your discussions, seeing your work, you know, throughout Ukraine and your international partnerships, I believe that this women power is one of the driving forces for protecting, strengthening democracy, for reconstruction. I would also encourage us all to definitely, and thank you so much for those points, start to think about inclusion definitely when it comes to women veterans. We need to come up together as political leadership and create a special pact for women veterans when it comes to business, when it comes to politics. Just like Olena said, for them to feel that they are joining our organizations, joining political life, social life, economic life, and they are supported on every single step. And this is, I think, it's going to be the biggest challenge for women political organizations to make sure that they are fully inclusive of women veterans, of persons with disabilities, of refugees, and IDPs. Because Ukrainian democracy, in my opinion, needs to be based, what Olga's mentioned, new approach, new Ukraine. Let's stop thinking about 19th, 20th century politics dominated by men. 21st century Ukrainian politics needs to be dominated by women, there's no other option, and needs to be based on 4 principles: inclusion, integrity, innovation, and inspiration. Thank you very much.
Дякую. І я дякую всім.
I want to thank all the participants of this panel. Okay, 30 seconds. So we discussed with Ms. Ustinova that we haven't mentioned something very important. Ms. Olena, during her introduction, mentioned discrimination of women who are members of local councils, who now cannot participate in volunteer or diplomatic work. And we support this, and maybe one of the decisions of this event should be this special address that this discrimination is really unjust. This is a topic that we need to talk a lot more. We have raised this issue, but nothing has been changed. And we see that women from all parties, they step away from this role just because of this discrimination. Thank you very much for the discussion. Let's have a short break, 15 minutes. So for you to have a little bit of rest, and then we'll talk.
are going to speak about key challenges in the course of recovery. And since there are that many challenges, this panel discussion is going to be the most extensive one. We divided it into two parts, and in the first part we talked to Irina Vereshchuk, Vice Prime Minister, Minister for Reintegration of Temporarily Occupied Territories, Vera Mikhailenko, Head of High Anti-Corruption Court of Ukraine, Mr. Kamerny, Deputy Minister for Development of Communities, Territories and Infrastructure, Denis Brown, UN Coordinator in Ukraine, and Ms. Kolmakova, Head of Ukrainian Veteran Fund. But before we proceed with these discussions, I pass the floor for introduction to the co-founder of the Ukrainian Women's Congress, Ms. Ionova. You're welcome. So it works. I'm happy to welcome you all, dear friends, and the theme that we are discussing and our platform, Ukrainian Women's Congress, where together with co-founders, international partners and civil society, we usually address very pressing issues, because for us, transparency, fairness, that's an important prerequisite for addressing challenges. And of course, the challenges that we are facing, they are so obvious. And of course, the guarantees of our victory are not only about overcoming the most difficult political, humanitarian, social, economic, security issues, but that's also about involvement, engagement, and responsibility of every citizen, be it man or woman, equal rights and opportunities, and responsibility. That's our civilizational approach, which we pursue for many years. At the battlefield, in education, economy, reintegration, or in a lot of areas, we see how important it is to comply, to stick to this equality principle. Because rebuilding process, we see now different groups, they are at all the levels, they are developing rebuilding, planning processes, but we don't see women at higher levels or at the local level. So frankly speaking, if it is about resources for reconstruction, that becomes the focus of, then the focus is rather on the male group, and the men are decision makers. And we need to correct that. Equality, this is a guarantee of democracy, taking into account needs of all the vulnerable groups, and bringing back Ukrainian refugees, as we discussed today. This is where we also need to show the way based on security. And security is NATO, economy, it's the EU. And most importantly, we need to prevent repetition of the war, another war. And NATO membership, this is the only actual safeguard and guarantee of Ukraine, security of Ukraine. So when we speak about equality and rebuilding, I would like to refer to Golda Meir, who said, spot on. This is very relevant for Ukraine. If you want to build a country where its daughters and sons come back, if you want to build a country where people will only travel abroad for vacations, if you want to build a country that has no fear about the future, make two steps. See corruption as state treason, and pay most to the three professions, to the military, to teachers, and to doctors, and work on and on, because nobody will protect you but you. Nobody will give you food but you. You are needed by your country. So I would like to emphasize this responsibility aspect, where we see that there is this discrimination in the context of decision-making, and even the significant proportion of women in the parliament, in the government, we see them, we hear them. However, when it is about decision-making, we see that that's not enough. We need to develop this responsibility. We shouldn't wait for someone to come and to build this country of our dreams. Based on our experience, well, our assignment is not only to develop the decisions, but also to implement them and to control implementation of these decisions, to make sure that there are no men's clubs. So we need to work together, building our country. And now, please, we'll have fruitful discussion. Thank you, Maria. And again, Golda Meir said that if your adversary wants to kill you and you want to survive, then there is very little space for compromise. And we could see that very clearly. So, Irina, you work with people, with territories, with communities that were recently deoccupied, that had the experience of occupation during this 1.5 years of the war. And actually, you are now doing something that then needs to be rolled out to the entire territory of the country. Recovery, reintegration, especially reintegration of the territories, even though we need to speak about people who live in those territories, who had the experience of Russian occupation and who have been living under that occupation for almost 9 years. Having this experience of reintegration of these communities, what are the lessons learned? What are the skills that you developed and that will be needed for the country for general rebuilding and reintegration of huge territories after the war? Thank you, colleagues, above all, Olena, Maria, dear organizers, and our colleagues and participants of the panel discussion. Thank you for this invitation. Thank you for having organized that and for this your systemic work, where you organize, bring us together, where you make it possible for us to communicate, to share, exchange experience, best practices, and most importantly, gaining results. The results that will definitely contribute to recovery. Answering your question, we do have now the deoccupation experience in the occupied territories, and we are getting ready for deoccupation of more territories, and we hope sincerely that very soon we will enter our dear Donetsk, Luhansk, and most importantly Yalta, Simferopol, Sevastopol. Everybody is looking forward. Speaking about the lessons learned, and whether it is possible to scale that up. Yes, that can be scaled up, and that should be. Most importantly, we should not. We should learn from mistakes. We do make mistakes, but we need to openly speak about those mistakes. Speaking about what Maria said, whether there are sufficient numbers of women who are decision makers. Well, I believe that now, currently, under this situation, maybe without the full-scale aggression, that would be different. But now every woman, and we emphasize women's roles in recovery and rebuilding, every woman at her place undertakes a lot of responsibility. These are local councillors, heads of communities, leaders of communities, we talk to them, heads of coordination centers established under every regional military administration that coordinate work with categories of citizens affected by the military aggression. And that's almost everyone. No, there are no people who have not been affected. Psychologists who support families of the military veterans communities, providing assistance and support for our communities and helping to overcome, to cope with the trauma, with post-traumatic syndrome disorder. And that's important because when we speak about recovery and we speak about the context of rebuilding, that's not right. We cannot just rebuild a school and believe that we've recovered everything. We need to recover how people recover in that context. And after lunch, so we will speak about that. Our objective is to recover how people recover. So that's not only about the buildings only. This is about environment. We need to preserve, to support the men also mentally, I mean, who need to come back and met by their wives, mothers, daughters, who stand firm on their feet, who know what to do, who are ready. That's important in the context of women's coming back from abroad. We understand that that challenge is huge because millions of people, and mostly women with children, they are now abroad. And these are women of workable age, and they are core. We need to fight for them. and understanding why I need to come back, who's waiting for me, what I'm going to do here when I'm back. And that's our important task. And I'm grateful to the Parliament. They are adopting required laws, and to the government, to everyone who is involved, to expert community, to volunteers, volunteer organizations. I'm grateful to them because now, at least now that I share my experience, there is no significant difference and in decision making for such huge organizations as the Veterans Fund, for example. Today the representatives are here and will participate in our discussion. They make the decisions and they impact thousands of people, and each of us, each decision that we make will impact how our state will develop in the future. That's why it is so important that this female features, well, I don't know if it is generic features, but I know that Ukrainian women are wise, practice-oriented, practical. We know how to organize our life and life of those who we are responsible for, who we fight for in all senses, so that it were used as rationally as possible, all the resources. And that extrapolates to work in communities, with communities, and to work in the territories, in our common home in Ukraine. So I'm so grateful to women. I see them everywhere, and I'm grateful for this context, for this very positive cooperation, no matter what the political views of these people are. We need to stay together, we need to prevail, we need to keep the line and then restore, recover Ukraine. Thank you. I would like to clarify, thank you, but based on your experience, what's the key challenge that will appear in the process of reintegration of territories that for more than a year now have been under occupation, to say nothing about those that have been under occupation for 9 years? As I can see now, that's not so much about physical recovery. This will be about mental rebuilding of the nation. Maybe the colleagues will agree with me, but look at veteran communities, look at sociological data for veteran community. They're not asking the state, if you see what they want to expect the state provides to them as service. That's not about psychological support, but rather about economic tools, like money, allowances, payments, health, as well. But we understand that everything is in our heads. If we recover here, if we are resilient psychologically, if we are ready to new challenges, well, based on the experience of IDPs, based on the experience of the communities that I talk to on the daily basis, we are normal people, we are not robots. We understand that we also have this capacity, but we also may be burnt out and tired, and that's the main struggle. If we manage to adequately distribute our emotions and our energy, above all psychic, mental energy that moves us forward, because we are speaking about the spirit, about the idea of the state that is so relevant now, and for that sake we need a lot of mental effort. So please take care of each other at home, and take care of our country that brings us together, because if we lose this public trust and cooperation that we had in 2022, when we were helping each other, when everybody was ready to hear, when we knew that it is our common cause, common home, and that we are fighting for our state, for our nation, that's very important. And this is obvious from deoccupied territories. If we go there, if we start helping each other, everything will be fine.
Thank you very much, Ms. Arena. Trust is a very important glue that holds horizontal connections in society. But there is toxic substance which can ruin this, and that's injustice. Ms. Vera, I want to talk to you about the request of society for justice. During reconstruction, I think justice and fairness will be the key indicator of how successful we are in this process. We can see how society is indignant about bought drums when people donate 50 hryvnias to buy drones, but then we see these drums for shelter. And of course, we can explain all the process, but people feel that it is not just. So for the person who is the head of the High Anti-Corruption Court, and so this is a place which protects social justice. How do you see, how can we protect this value of trust, and what we can do so that people feel that justice prevails? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to be here and to be a part of this very important discussion. If we talk about justice, it's not our first day or first event where we discuss this issue, because during the war in the country, the request for justice is much higher. But we also need to understand that this request for justice during the war, it can be a bit distorted for the person who articulates this request. It's not good or bad, it's just a fact. If we talk about justice in courts, as I am a part of leadership in judicial system, I am talking about procedural justice, because in any court procedure there is a person who is satisfied and a person who is unhappy. And it doesn't mean that the sentence or decision is not just. It means that the procedure just dictates that one side wins. And if you talk about the challenges that Ukraine will face and faces, if we talk about judicial system, I think that the brightest indicators would be the attitude of our society to prisoners of war, and the conditions, how they are kept, and also so the possibility for some compensations and whether state can provide this. I want to focus on POWs, because non-professionals who work in international humanitarian law, we talk about regular people. You came to our land, you need to be in prison, we can use death sentence towards you. But over the national laws, we have the norms international law, and they prevail. And the state, and so if we have POWs, the state needs to provide decent conditions for these POWs, and we provide these conditions, and that's what makes us different from our cruel neighbor. And second of all, just the fact that the person is a part of a war, it's not against the law. So the POWs, they need to be prosecuted if they committed crimes, not just military actions. And we have domestic international laws to punish them for specific crimes. So this request for justice of a society is not the same what is described in national and international laws. And we already have POWs. If there are no exchanges, if we have exchanges, then it's good. Even though it's not popular to say that, we cannot say that there are good Russians, but good Russians, these are those who we can exchange for a Ukrainian person. It's a process, it's a mutual process, but there are some of them who will not be exchanged. What are we going to do with them after the war? They can be prosecuted for the crimes they committed, or maybe they will not, because they just participated in military actions but didn't commit specific crimes. And we need to communicate and explain this to the society. Second aspect, these are not POWs but citizens of Ukraine which, due to certain circumstances, they collaborated with the enemy or they stayed and assisted to the enemy. We don't know all the circumstances which made them do that. And very often during different events, I hear that these people need to be punished even though they are citizens of our country. And I have a question then, whether the state has the resource in the first place. And I'm not even talking about some other issues about the motivation of this person, how we can clarify that, but whether the state is going to have resources to organize investigations, proceeding, court hearings. If we talk that about all Ukrainians who collaborated with the enemy, they need to be punished. And then the question is about reconciliation and amnesty. We are not the last country which goes through all these events, full-scale invasion. And during the war, we already started thinking about reconstruction, and we need to think about reconciliation so that one side doesn't shout at the other. And not to have these fights, who stayed, who left, who collaborated, who needs to be punished. And I totally agree with Ms. Irina, but I would like to add that we need not only to help the infrastructure and people to recover, but we need to reconstruct or create new processes, and we need to think about these processes right now. And take into account that I represent the High Anti-Corruption Court, we work in specific types of cases, of course with big money, and we know that reconstruction, that's where we already have and will have big money. There are very big temptations, and I don't want to believe that, but the trends of recent events show that if we talk about fighting corruption, we might have more work, and we will talk about completely different amounts and higher level of investigation. And we also need to think about it right now. We are fighting corruption right now, and we have certain cases in our court. That's one thing. But during reconstruction, we might have different ways, different procedures, and that's one of our challenges. Thank you very much, Ms. Vera. And I don't think that we are going to prosecute people who were just under occupation. I think we have very clear rules about who can be considered to be a collaborator. And of course, we cannot punish or everyone, not all members of Nazi party, they were prosecuted, and not all officers who organized Auschwitz, they were prosecuted and punished. But of course, people request for justice if the head of the village was happy to welcome occupiers, but after that they walk free, then of course something has to be done, and they need to see that people who created terrible conditions for them, that they need to be punished now, not death sentence, but at least pre-trial institution. And of course, we need to talk about reconstruction of bridges and houses and other types of infrastructure, and that is why if we talk about the Ministry of Reconstruction, so what do you think? So what are the key challenges there? Good afternoon, dear participants. Yes, this event, I'm sure, will support equal participation, and it's already happening now. And I will give the examples now when shoulder to shoulder, men and women in different areas. We can see it in the military area, in social policy and economy, but now we also can see it in reconstruction. They build and rebuild the country where we all want to live and will want to live. This war created the demand for everyone, regardless their gender or age, to be part of this reconstruction process. We saw the video where women and even children are engaged, when children are ready to donate their pocket money to support our soldiers. And it all creates this new mentality. And if we don't have this new mentality, we will have only houses and bridges, but they will be empty and they will not have no soul. In our ministry, 70% these are women, and we have women on the top positions as well. And now I would like to talk about challenges and how we all, men and women, how we work with these challenges. In our team, and from the first days of the full-scale invasion, women face this challenge, and about military logistics, humanitarian aid, also providing everything necessary for the soldiers. So when our deputy ministers, these were women, and they could go abroad and organize these processes on international level. And they organized all the logistics and transportation of all goods to provide them without delays to the soldiers. In 2022, Ministry focused its attention on transporting humanitarian convoys, and we could do this only by engaging our partners and building new plans. So 2022, that was the year of plans on how we see our country, how we want to reconstruct it, what's necessary for that. Because as it's been mentioned today about people, about the system and mechanisms, so that tomorrow we and our partners not to be disappointed how the reconstruction is going. And so we need to do it, to do everything transparently, in accountable manner. And I would like to repeat once again, reconstruction and recovery is not just about roads, bridges and houses. It's about people, about their lives, about the conditions of their lives on the territories which are liberated. And here it's about enterprises and workplaces and everything necessary for life, not just for survival. For life, so it's not reconstruction if there are only new houses, but nothing else is going on these territories. And now about women and what we've achieved over the past year. And it's very pleasant to me to be surrounded by extremely professional women. We work together with the World Bank and our Deputy Minister Anna Yurchenko. So we organized a huge analysis with the World Bank, where we checked and we analyzed that we need more than $411 billion. It's not just empty number, that's the estimation of the projects or to what we've already estimated and analyzed. That's the energy sector that we need to reconstruct and recover before the next heating season starts, and we're already working on this. This expert rose because unfortunately our enemy took the sea from us, and all our business, they have to work with new export routes. They need to have new export chains, and there is a separate project. And the head of this project, a wonderful woman who is doing all this work. And once again, it's about efficiency, about being professional, regardless the challenges. Also, for the past 6 months, we've been working the basis for recovery. And here we talk about transparency so that we can show to our partners, to Ukrainians, that everything can be done honestly, openly, transparently. And we started to work on the system DREAM, which is going to be a monitoring platform for all reconstruction projects. We had this idea in 2022. Alexandra Zarkhina, my colleague, came up with this idea after we started to work on the registry of damaged property. We understood that we would have registry and we would understand all the damages, but what's next? How we can reconstruct it, what system is necessary? And that's when we had this idea to create this system DREAM. It's simple. It's simple to use and understand, but it's comprehensive as well. And it will allow us to see the process from the very beginning, from the idea. And this idea needs to come from the local level, because local communities, they need to understand how they want to reconstruct their region, their community, and up to the implementation of this idea. And fundraising, technical, independent technical control, all these processes which allow at any stage to see what's going on with this project. Whether the cost hasn't changed, if it changed, who is responsible, who had the initial estimate and why they made these mistakes. If everything is okay, what about the deadlines and timeline? And so every process has to be predictable, understandable, so that people can understand from the moment of when I can come back to my house, when my child can go back to school, which is being reconstructed, and up to partners who can say that the money that we provide is not wasted, so that they can see the effect that they achieve with the money that they provide, and that's our goal. And on daily basis, by working with our colleagues, women who I mentioned, we engage more and more experts, we engage more and more women into recovery and reconstruction. And I believe that our country will become more prosperous this way. And having real, not formal gender equality, that's what's important, because women more than proved during the war that they are not at the side or at the rear. They are effective and they are brilliant, and they can achieve and show results. And it's impressive, and it gives us great advantages. Thank you very much, Mr. Anatoly, and I hope that we will come to the point when women don't need to prove anything, when women just work and do their job. And now we need to work so hard to prove something. And now I would like to address Ms. Denise Brown, So we had huge humanitarian catastrophe created by Russia. You, as a coordinator of UN system, so what challenges do you see to fight this catastrophe, and what humanitarian challenges do you see in the future, long after Russia is defeated?
Thank you very much. Before I talk about the humanitarian part, let me just say a couple of words about recovery. And I had the opportunity to be in the London conference in June, which was an excellent opportunity. And many of us put gender on the table. And I just wanted to share with you that one of the Ukrainian colleagues, and I will not identify that person, said to me at one point, but why are we talking about gender and recovery? If we build a bridge, if we build a road, men and women use it. Everybody uses it. Everybody has equal access. And that showed me, and it was such an important comment, that actually that's not what we're talking about, is it? We're talking about something much, much more substantive than that. But that comment also showed me that together, and that's why I'm really pleased we have today, but I hope we have many more opportunities, together actually there needs to be a broader dialogue and a deeper dialogue in Ukrainian society, because I think all of us women everywhere around the world, since time began, have proven ourselves. And let's keep fighting together for our space. So when I thought about this gender and recovery, like what are the most important components? One is look at your gender wage gap and your gender pension gap, which are there. And why do I raise it? Because when we began this mammoth humanitarian response, which dear Irina knows is the largest the UN has ever overseen since the beginning of the UN, women needed more assistance than men because the starting point was not the same. IT, and I know about the DREAM system. I was in the meeting this morning with Vice Prime Minister Kubrikov on recovery and all the embassies. Ukraine is so advanced. Sometimes I feel absolutely ridiculous because you're much more advanced than I am, or my own country, which I won't say which country that is. But women only represent 24% of employees in the IT sector. And we know this sector is growing fast. You just said it yourself. This week I was in Izum. We're using drones to identify agricultural land that is contaminated or not contaminated. Women need to be part of that, but at 24%, you're not very, very well represented. Small and medium businesses, 33% owned by women. So again, another place to grow. But as recovery happens, how are the businesses owned by these women connected to this work? How are we going to ensure together that these companies actually can compete, one, amongst companies owned by men, and two, amongst the bigger companies? Very, very practical questions. And we also need to consider, and I think the other panelists have said it, not just the hardware, but the software. Gender-based violence, it exists everywhere in the world, whether it's domestic violence, violence against elderly people, sexual violence, conflict-related sexual violence. It's an issue everywhere in the world. But in the context of a war, with this unbearable trauma and stress every single day, of course, gender-based violence continues and probably is growing. So if we're not investing, and you don't need anybody's help in terms of responding to the survivors, supporting the survivors, or preventing it, but the resources required to do that are absolutely essential. And if you don't do that, then survivors don't have a voice in the recovery. Now, on the humanitarian side, again, it's so big, sometimes it feels overwhelming. And when I arrived last August, there was huge pressure on the UN and the NGOs to assist in the delivery. But we know that communities and neighbors were the first people to respond. That's absolutely clear to everybody. And within that, women were playing a key role. I was in another country and I was watching on the television the women cooking, the women going to people, the women caring for people. This is what we do. So when I came last August, you would have thought that I would immediately go and talk to these women, and I didn't. And I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Why didn't I do that? Because I was under pressure to go fast. Also from member states, because it was about delivering assistance. And I thought, okay, if I bring in too many people and I go and talk to too many people, I'm not actually going. And I think you feel that pressure in Ukraine. I think you feel that pressure. People want to come home, don't they? Either those who were displaced or those who had to leave the country. Again, in Izum this week, so many people have come back since it was liberated last September. So they need to have a place to live. They need to have the hospital. They need to have critical social infrastructure, and they need the demining to take place. Does dialogue slow us down? Well, now I'm having to catch up. And as many people in this room know, I've been meeting with women's civil society. I've been meeting with civil society representing people with disabilities and the Roma community. So it's just my personal, thought is that if I had slowed down a little bit at the beginning, I would have really developed those relationships. And why are those relationships important? Because we need to be providing the assistance when people need it, and we need to be providing it in the way they need us to provide it, particularly on the front line, which is very complicated, those deliveries, and providing them what they need, not what I have. And I really got told off in Kramatorsk a couple months ago by women's civil society saying, you're giving me this and this, but I need that. Why am I not getting what I need? Don't you have the resources? Oh, yes, we do. So again, slowing down, inclusive process, but also, please, to civil society, it also is, you're a little bit siloed as well. And I think you need to look at how you can come together. And so I'm pleased to see today in the room people I know from those different groups. And I think the issue of silos came up very clearly at the London conference, at least from my perspective. I participated in a number of events, and I did a roundtable with government on recovery. And then I ran from there across town to the Gender and Recovery meeting to do the closing remarks. And my closing remark was, how come I have to be in 2 different meetings on recovery? I didn't think about that. I think none of us who organized those events were thinking about that. So time to think about this. Now, what am I going to do differently on the humanitarian side? And I've had some very clear recommendations from the wonderful people that I've been meeting who've been helping me to understand better the specific challenges. The international humanitarian system has groupings. We call them clusters. They're like sectors. These organizations are invited to participate in these groups, 1. 2, doing better to connect them to the humanitarian funding, because we have a lot of influence. And I manage a humanitarian fund in this country, which is significant. So rather than giving the majority of that funding to international actors, actually the last allocation, which was $70 million, the majority is going to national actors. But that requires a clear decision and pathway to doing that. So those are just a couple of things I've been doing. And I'll just finish again with recovery. This morning we discussed a lot about capacity strengthening at the local level, because the plans will come from the communities on the recovery, right? As you were saying. So the member states, a lot this morning, we're talking about capacity strengthening. Okay, make sure you do that capacity strengthening, and make sure you have a gender component. So the international community has an important role to play in this, and we need to hold ourselves accountable to this as well. Next week, I'll be going to Sumi, where I'm co-chairing with the governor of Sumi, a meeting with civil society, international actors, private sector, so he can explain to all of them his vision for the recovery of his region. And the heads of the Hamadas will be present. Excellent, excellent opportunity to have gender, again, put on the table. And I think going towards the Berlin conference next summer, it's the one that follows London, what are the things we need to do together to ensure that gender is really integrated, so we don't have separate events, that civil society is more prominent in these discussions. I spoke more than civil society in London. I'm not sure that's such a good thing. Thank you so much.
Дякую, дякую, пані Денізо. Ми вже починаємо вибиватися із таймінгу, тому я без довгих...
Thank you so much. And now we are lagging behind the lead, so a bit. So, Natalia, it's clear that after the victory, when people come back from the war, the veterans, there will be this huge challenge to make sure that our defenders not only are physically back, but also that they are reintegrated into the society. What are you doing for that sake? If you don't mind, I will speak as long as I will need to, because I'm going to speak about someone very important, and these are the military, the veterans, and I am very grateful to Olena, Maria, for this opportunity to be here and speak on behalf of those categories, on behalf of women in the military, veterans, families of veterans, and families of people in the army, and the families of those fallen in the battlefield. And when I was coming here, I was getting ready, and I asked somebody to come up with the list of our employees. We are not a large organization. We are 48. We do not work directly with the veterans. We were born by the war because we were set up to work there, and that was one of cool initiatives of the cabinet, supported by the Prime Minister, on creating opportunities, even in the context of the war, and that was supported by the President. We create these opportunities even in the context of the war. But even in my organization, I believe that every manager here can see that that also pertains to their organizations. So there is a woman who participated in the hostilities, the husband who is also at the front line, or the father, or some other relatives, and they are, or a woman who has some casualties in the family, so I look through the list, and there are a lot of people who have women who have relatives in the army or who are fallen already. So this is about husbands, fathers, fathers-in-law, grandfathers, or brothers, so on and so forth. 70% of our team in this or that way are directly involved into the war. And when somebody said that we are going to become a country of veterans, this is not just some figurative speech. We expect that at least 1.5 million people after the war will have the status of a combatant, and we need to take into account their families as well. All in all, it is more than 5 million people, and more than 5 million people, mathematically speaking, based on IOM data, and there are 28 to 32 million people living in Ukraine, so that is 17% of Ukrainians here in the country now. And this is a huge number of people who we need to take into account in the context of any discussions. And again, I'm grateful that the aspect and issues of veterans are addressed here, because this is about a huge number of people. And my colleague will kill me now, but let me mention that I have this colleague here, the founder of Women's Veteran Movement, who works in the Ukrainian Veterans Fund, and she is head of analytical department. I am so proud of having her here, and let's applaud to her and to all women who are now at the front line defending, fighting for all of us. Because this number of women being in the army as we have now, no other country has that. No country has that experience of women holding weapons in their arms, defending the country. And the question of what we are doing is what we are doing now and what we will do next. And very briefly, the story about what the Ukrainian Veterans Fund is doing. This is about capacity building. And I would like to emphasize that, for example, among 300 entrepreneurs and enterprises that got financial support over the 1 year of the fund's work, 100 were women. And there's wives, veterans themselves, and there are some examples, some cases that are incredible. And I'm calling upon journalists here, do contact us. We are ready to share the stories. We want to make them visible. because these are the women who took a lot of trials and they are already recovering the country. We have a family of a service person. The man is at the front line, and the wife and the child. They used to be IDPs from Donetsk Oblast. They moved to Kiev Oblast. After the full-scale aggression from Irpin, they had to evacuate for the second time. And after the second time, second experience of being an IDP, of displacement, she received 20,000 hryvnias of compensation only, and she started recovering the rehabilitation center for children with special needs in Irpin. Can you imagine these people? It is impossible not to support them. We must do everything possible so that these people could move on. This list of people working at our fund, these are people who come back and check for messages from the front line, from their dear ones, but they keep working. And the challenge for us is employment. And here, among people here, I see the employers who have already created systems for reintegration for veterans within their organizations, who train them, who train their staff and develop career development plans. And we will need to work on supporting new startups and businesses. You know that in the US, after the Second World War, 50% of veterans became business owners or heads managers of enterprises. I believe that this could be a significant milestone for us. And now women have taken the place of their husbands who are at the front line, and they do this job instead of them for them now. And we need to develop this capacity. We need to look for these opportunities and for additional resources. We need to find people who are ready to involve, because my team needs to be expanded. I see that now. And we need to bring them together and make them visible. And of course, we need to express gratitude to them, because the contribution of the military service persons, veterans who had the experience of the combat, and those who went back to the front line, who have this double experience, that's an incredible chance for us to live on, to bring up our children and to plan our future. Thank you, Natalia. Thanks to all participants of this part of our panel discussion, and I let you go. While we continue, and I invite Evgenia. So Evgenia, you are here. I can see you. Can you see and hear us as well? We don't hear you, though. Okay, I understand that, Evgenia, so at the back of my head now. But Okay, so on the regular basis, you are serving the opinion of Ukrainians in exile, in emigration. So, what's the situation? How many of them are ready to come back to Ukraine, and what are the conditions for them?
We have some problems with the sound.
Я сподіваюся, що зараз ми його відновимо, але я регулярно просто читаю дослідження
We hope that we'll get the sound soon, but I regularly read these public opinion polls, and I read the reasons why Ukrainians want to come back home, and of course because they have a job or they're home, but in the first place this is because I love my country and I want to come back. And now we can hear you, right? Yes, we can hear you. So could you please tell us about moods in migration? Look, colleagues, the main conclusion that we can make now as sociologists and as society and the state is that Ukrainians don't have clear plans, and they cannot build these plans for obvious reasons, because the situation is extremely unclear. Barriers on coming back to Ukraine is obvious, that security, because a big number of people who left the country, these are women with children, and they want their children to grow up without war stress and traumatic experience. And of course, security is the factor number one. If a woman or family decide whether they want to come back to Ukraine, we saw some waves of coming back home when the situation was getting better. For example, beginning of summer last year, when people had a chance to come back to Kyiv and other big cities, there was a big wave. But then, as of now, especially as the second winter is coming, and people are scared that the winter would be the same as what we had the previous year, people are planning to stay where they are. So we don't expect big waves of people coming back. It's interesting that women abroad, they have not a traditional scale of time, but they think about like the educational year for their kids. So now it's like the end of the year for them, and then in September it will be the second educational year or school year, and so they went past this acute discomfort at the new place. So they are adapting, and kids can adapt faster. For adults it is slower, but they still want to come back home, and this desire is high. About 80% of people, they state that they want to come back. But then there is another factor. That's a financial component, because in many countries Ukrainians can work, and they get some social benefits, which is quite substantial. So Ukraine needs to think how to provide the workplaces, and if we talk in general, many people talk about demographic crisis or immigration crisis, and I think we can speak wider about social crisis, and this is definitely a part of strategy of our enemy is to depopulate the country. They do it intentionally, and that's what they are working on still. And Ukraine as a state needs to make certain steps to prevent this, and to encourage people to come back or to have some new immigration processes. And what we see based on our opinion polls, so some aspects that can help Ukrainian society to grow on the stage of post-war reconstruction. That's the necessity to increase the level of tolerance of society, because we have new social groups inside the country and outside the country. These are not only migrants and IDPs. These are veterans and people who were injured, people who lost their loved ones. We will have a lot of vulnerable groups, and they all will need to live together and to find some common grounds. Then increasing the level of inclusion. We will have a lot of people with some special needs, veterans who had some injuries, and we will need some social aspects, that willingness of people to be open, to communicate, to cooperate, and we need to prepare people for that. This third direction, that's mental health, which is extremely important, including migrants, because even when the active military hostilities are over, everybody is ready that there will be certain threat, and people need to be morally, mentally prepared for that, and to have certain motivation to live with this threat hovering. And it is impossible to overestimate the input of women, because we need to work with kids about that on the level of families and the level of schools. So we need to build this new social climate in the country. The role of a woman is and will be leading, because in Ukrainian families we know that women play important roles in decision making and certain norms and values. And of course, for everyone, for people who are abroad and who stay in the country, we need to have common vision of the future, because now society is consolidated against the enemy, against the aggressor. But we need to have something common, what we see in our future. Of course, Ukraine has a European choice, and opinion polls show that we have very stable numbers in this direction. But how is it going to look? How is it going to be implemented? People don't have answers to all these questions, and they cannot make decisions, including the decision about coming back home. Thank you very much, Ms. Evgenia. And you mentioned correctly that, of course, security is the issue until Russia exists, and safety and security, that's one of the key indicators that Ukrainians will take into account, whether they are abroad or they are internally displaced, whether they can come back home, and all the danger. We have other types of danger, these all explosives and mines that Russians left on our lands, and we will need to work for decades or even centuries to clean up everything. And I hope that we can do it faster. But could you please tell us about this challenge, Mr. Denis, and whether women are included in this process? Good afternoon, dear participants. Thank you very much for this invitation. And we will talk a bit more about demining. We all know that one of the key and very difficult challenges after the war is over and after we start reconstruction. So contamination with explosives is a huge issue. So we have thousands of square kilometers. That's about 30% of the whole territory of our country. And we are working on demining. So we have 63,000 tours to destroy explosives, and we demined 91,000 hectares of territory, and 3,700 hectares. That's a part of the plan of SES with local authorities. So of demining agricultural lands, which is necessary for economic development of our country. As State Emergency Service, in order to prevent accidents for peaceful civilians, we provide trainings and we teach the population about risks of dealing with explosives. So we organized more than 18,000 events, and we educated more than 500,000 people, and we also cooperate with international partners. We developed a separate course on mine security, and more than 500,000 people already receive certificates on finishing this course. And SES tries to increase our capacity. Besides, in order to protect our employees and to increase and accelerate the demining process, we implement best practices on demining. That's using technologies, drones, robots, and dogs in demining. That's, if to be short, about how we work. And the second part of your question about the role of women in demining, it's a huge role. So 29 women in demining activity. You would say that's a very small number, but 16 women in different territorial units. They serve in managerial positions, and they are coordinating all the units on regional level. They plan their work and they plan how their work is organized. One woman in one of the training units, she trains our deminers. So she teaches thousands of sappers, and she shares all this knowledge, and it allows these people to demine our territories. And we have 11 women medics, so they can save lives of our sappers in the fields. Besides, we have a lot of women who are engaged in organizing the trainings on and awareness campaigns, because women can find the best approach to the youngest members of our society, I mean kids. But we have second category of women. Every sapper or every deminer. Unfortunately, we lost 92 deminers since the full-scale invasion. 20 of them they died, and the rest they were injured and they cannot continue their service. So another challenge that's for women in their lives, for mothers and sisters and wives. So thank you very much. And I would like to add that recently in the structure of SAS, who is the underwater deminer, yes, we have one woman. She is a deminer, and it became possible because there was this shameful list of prohibited professions for women, and underwater deminer and divers, these were on this list. So we have now 2 women in these professions, even though that the parents of this woman, they were against this, and they asked her to find a normal job for a woman. But if women are given opportunities, they are happy to use them. Now, Mr. Bogdan, about environmental challenge, I cannot even fathom this level of catastrophe and what Russia did to our environment, and it's very difficult to translate ecocide. Not always our international partners understand this word, but they don't understand because they've never experienced that. So when we talk about reconstruction, where we need to include environment and to somehow redeem of what has been done by Russia here. It's not a secret to you that 30% of Ukrainian territory, they were influenced by military hostilities, and so that's basically the territory of the UK. We have contaminated soil, water, air, and then of course it's poisonous for people. And that's what we are going to live with and deal with in the future. And it's unprecedented harm to the environment ever created in the world, probably after Chernobyl accident. So now it's absolutely critical to restore and recover environment, because that's absolutely necessary condition for high quality of life, health, and eco-security. And the fact that people who went abroad, that they would come back to Ukraine because they want to live in a safe country, they want to breathe clean air, drink clean water, the way how they can do this in the EU country, where eco standards are much higher. About reconstruction, post-war reconstruction, it is very important to talk about recovery for people and nature. Majority of Ukrainians, they think about nature and environment as the area where people can recover their mental health. And it is very important to help nature recover, which will lead to recovery for people. What we need to do? Ukraine faces huge challenges and problems caused by military hostilities, but we also have great opportunities to resolve the problems which we could not resolve in the past and which we have been collecting for years, so-called post-Soviet heritage. I would like to give one example. We discussed it among scientists, Ukrainian and international, the Kakhovka Dam. This is a huge tragedy and example of ecocide of the Russian aggression. And what to do with this case? It raises interesting question whether we need to resurrect post-Soviet past, or do we need to create the new future that we want to see?
So one of the decisions that preceded the suggestion to restore Kakhovka HPP was the need to use water for irrigation of about 5,000 hectares of agricultural land. And then we would just recover the old Soviet irrigation system, and we will use traditional methods for cultivating the soil, using pesticides, etc. Just everything as we did in the old way, using huge amount of water from Dnipro. Instead, I would suggest having a deeper look at that situation as an opportunity to change and fully transform the Ukrainian agri-sector. 5,000 square kilometers, it is not as huge in the context, at the scale of Ukraine, in the context of food that Ukraine may produce or is already producing. And the climate challenges that the global community is facing is new temperature records, new crises. European rivers are drying, and that will continue in China. That's happening in Ukraine. There is this risk. After 10 years, Dnipro may also get dry, and I believe that soon in the next years this will start happening in Ukraine as well. So understanding the global climatic trends, we need to make a decision, and we need to design a system that will guarantee environmental security for the next 50 years. And that means that we need to lay the grounds for transformation of the agrarian sector based on new approaches implemented by Israel or Netherlands, for example, on rational use of water. This is about how we calculate money, how we use money cost efficiently, because we use the Soviet logic. Water is free resource, you can use it in any way. So the Soviet approaches imply huge amounts of water used, and by the way, for irrigation it is taxable, you need to pay money for that. Use of agrochemicals and pesticides used under those obsolete Soviet technologies, the cost is much higher than the cost of those used under modern technologies. As a result, if we design the system based on the management and recovery after Kakhovka disaster, in years, maybe after decades, we will be able to transform our entire agri-sector as Israel is doing, and we will raise it to a qualitatively different level. So we need to focus on our resilience to climate changes for the next 50 years. We can use less pesticides and other poisonous matters. We will mitigate the impact on the environment, and then this food would be close to organic. Everybody in Europe would wish to buy it, and we will earn much more money, and we won't need to think about what to do about desertification of Ukraine. And that's a great opportunity for the government to focus on the decisions and solutions to recover Kakhovka HPP. Maybe we don't need an HPP there. Maybe we need something else there. But it seems that the government decided that we need an HPP. 2 days ago, they approved a decision. They made the decision on the 2-year experimental project and for pre-recovery work. But okay, thank you. And I pass the floor to Valentina now, because HPP recovery, that's one thing. But what about recovery of cities? Here as well, you need to take into account a lot of factors without just going back to the previous status. Same about cities, maybe not just build the same house or the same bridge as it used to be, and to use the same obsolete transport. So you represent developer business. What's your vision of recovery of cities to avoid rebuilding what it used to be? Thank you. Thanks above all to organizers for this invitation, that you are ready to hear businesses in these challenging times. Now speaking about the status of developer business and the challenges. So Ino company was set up on the eve of the full-scale invasion, and we had very ambitious plans. On the 24th of February, they were put on hold, and we decided to focus on the following: to keep the core of the company, of the team. We supported the team throughout this period of time. And our main achievement is that now the growth is +2. So I mean, we even expanded and enhanced the team, and I'm grateful to the team. Now speaking about the challenges for our business. We are a responsible developer, so we aim to form trust, to develop trust for the construction market, because we have this obsolete myth that developer is someone who builds like quarters or for some evil purposes. We want to undermine, to get rid of those stereotypes. We understand that the challenges that Ukraine will face after the victory and the demand of the society and international partners for quality infrastructure, quality projects, it will go up. At the same time, what we face now, that's insufficient awareness and professional level of staff. We hold interviews in February this year. We launched an open call for professional community to talk to local architects, to involve international partners in this exchange. Who is here? Who is ready to rebuild the country? I was surprised because people joined from abroad, Ukrainians from abroad who are already working in international markets, but they are ready to contribute free resources. And this is also about democratic procedures to recover, to rebuild. And I would like us to start using the word Rozbudova, that's development, because not always we can rebuild an architectural structure, but we need to revise how we are going to design it further. Architectural competitions, this is the progressive and democratic practice that is widely used globally. At the previous panel, we discussed that there are certain concepts that Europeans, foreigners, and global leaders, that it's not that obvious for them why. We are in touch with professional community, and they say, how come that you rebuild important sites without reflection about taking into account the memory policy, without discussing that with the community? How can you approach that this way? So we brought together our core partners who are ready to involve. We are always in touch with them. We try to bring together specialists, professionals, and to make it possible for international partners to contribute. And if we consider the aspects as we discussed today regarding education, I would suggest paying attention to this obsolete ideas of academic education. We need to try and quicker train our staff, because the victory is coming, and we know that, we feel that, and we need to be ready, to start being ready today. And these associations at the local level, at the national level, they need to be established now. We need to come together. Regarding education, I also would like to mention inclusive aspects of inclusivity. We keep using this word, but let's think about what it offers for us. Well, that is a set of measures, activities aimed at providing people with disabilities to be involved in active social life. And yesterday, with my team, and having some previous experience of working with the outstanding Marsh Ram Rup, who is an internationally known inclusion strategy, inclusion director of the Royal Institute of British Architects. she used to be, and yesterday she held an open lecture, and it was absolutely free of charge for a professional community. I was surprised that more than 100 entities, people joined, local authorities, NGOs, and citizens, students, city developers, urbanists. And there were so many questions asked to her about the first steps. They asking for advice. And I believe that the important thing that she said was that inclusion is not a set of tools. That's about your attitude, your treatment of those people who need that. And speaking about women, again going back to the topic of education, last month we started looking for someone to fill in the vacancy of a head of a developer project. And that's not so much about construction, that's about the entire path. The idea, understanding the functions and senses of various implications of various cities, and then that's about construction and passing over to servicing company. Me being an engineer in construction sector, I see that only 1 out of 80 applicants is a woman. I'm surprised because there is this obsolete idea that construction is not about women, but let's think about construction as an empathy process where a woman can feel and synchronize external and internal space and involve take into account needs of all the vulnerable population groups. So at all of these platforms, associations in the professional community, we need to raise this issue of that we need to include women into the process. Thank you, Valentina. And that's true that it's important that women believed in themselves so that the community supported them, proving that they may be IT specialists, developers, general, mother. That depends on your preference, on your choice, not that somebody forces it on us that this is a profession for men and women. Today's discussion is also a proof that women are welcome everywhere and they can keep going, they are not alone. Thanks to everyone who have joined this discussion, thanks for this discussion of key challenges in the process of rebuilding, reconstruction, but I understand that you want coffee now, so let's take a 15-minute break, and at past, all of us together, we need to reconvene and speak about education. to co-founder of Ukrainian Women's Congress, Svetlana Wojciechowska. Dear colleagues, and dear speakers, the aspect of education today, in the first part of this event, we've heard the word education, concept of education quite often. There were several messages. First, it is that at all discussions of Ukraine's recovery, they kind of skip the aspect of education, and that's a challenge. Second, it is that the basis for all the changes that will precede our recovery, that's above all about recovery of human capital, of our mindset. This is developing the mindset for those people who will be developing and building the new country. And the third message was that every challenge for every individual, for our society, for our country, that's a chance. That's a chance to build something new. So today I would ask our dear speakers to speak about that. Ukrainian Women's Congress, during its work, has always raised the aspect of education as key, because all changes in the society, everything relating to development of a democratic society, this is of course about education. But now, in the context of the war, there are also a lot of other challenges. Apart from destruction of the logistics, material base for all levels of education, we see brain drain, migrants, children, Ukrainian children. These are new challenges. For example, today we discussed that in the future our society will be a society of veterans. And then whether our education system will be ready to re-qualify those people who come back from the front line, who because of certain injuries maybe won't be able to have access to other type of education to be active participants of the recovery process. In the same way, now it is possible to also develop teachers' capacity to arrive at the truly new Ukrainian school, and we've been speaking about that for 9 years now. I call on all of us that we think about the future, and let's start our discussion then. Thank you. Thank you, Svetlana. Now we are going to speak and think about the future together with the Minister for Education and Science of Ukraine, Mr. Aksen Lisovy, Rector of Ukrainian Catholic University, Mr. Dubko, Artur Pridako, teacher and winner of Global Teachers Prize, and Oksana Roma, head the Lego of the Lego Foundation Ukraine. I know that Ms. Ivazovska was looking for a Lego manager. Here she is. Olga's son was very much interested. This is the person who is responsible for Minecraft and Lego Hogwarts. Okay. So, Aksen, it's obvious that the war made us re-evaluate a lot of things, reconsider a lot of things in our state, and has raised challenges for the future. How should the education system respond to that? What are the changes needed so that people graduating from like kindergartens up to universities, so that they were in line with changes and transformations of the state? Thank you so much. I was happy to agree to participate in this event because, well, this is my preamble, not so much answering your question, but still, I believe that the resource of women, especially in this situation, has been severely underestimated. We do not fully use this resource, even though, of course, we are becoming a society of veterans, and we can use this term speaking not only about those who have experienced the war, but this is also about people who have experienced a lot of various trials, who got various traumas as a result of these events. And here, resources of women need to be considered. Today, women have undertaken this huge burden. Their role has not yet been fully realized, but they are already implementing this role. So I'm happy to be here and to participate in the discussion. Now that we speak about recovery of the country, above all, we need to speak about recovery of people. That's a huge tragedy that has happened to our country, but it gives us a chance to get rid of a lot of things where previously we were not brave enough to get rid of that. We lacked political will or maybe the awareness. That's about the mental inheritance. We are a post-Soviet, post-totalitarian and kind of colonial country, and each of these post things is accompanied by layers of mental traumas and deformations that were implemented for the purpose of certain objectives that our country or our people had previously in the context of those configurations. In the colonial society, they need another person. For the Soviet political system or for the communist political system, they need another kind of individual. And thus, in the totalitarian society, they also need a different kind of people. And the education system, it was something that reproduced the kind of an individual that was in line with the conditions of our country and our nation, which was not fully established back then. So currently, acting actively, we are regaining our agency, because the country was set up without massive struggle. 30 years ago, Ukraine gained independence not as a result of work of the civil society, not that it massively impacted. That was the result of actions of certain passionate people and historical conditions back then. And also external forces, internal contradictions. As a result of all of that, we got this independent country, but we are not fully mature to get it. And the education system is still post-totalitarian. We have not revamped the education system. We did not develop it as an education system for a free country based on another system of values. And now we get this chance as a result of this passionate breakthrough that our nation is already ready for, that made it possible for the Ukrainian political nation. Now I believe we can easily speak about that. We have it in place now. That made it possible for us to fight back the second largest army in the world. So in this context, we get this chance to establish a new education system, to develop a new individual. And the discussion about what that individual should be and the system of values, that's a discussion of in the field of political, philosophical discourse. That's not what we are discussing now. We are discussing rebuilding, recovery of the education system. We speak about full use, maximum use of all available resources, and above all, that's about human potential, human resources. We have huge losses. Demographically, we are losing the war. Apart from the losses, casualties at the battle front, we have occupied territories and kidnapped children and adults. So if you add that up, you will see that we are losing, and the aggressor is winning the demographic war. So for Ukraine, human resources become so valuable as it has never been that valuable before. And in that context, we are building new schools, we are building new culture in the education system. When we speak, and that's absolutely right, that when we came to the Ministry of Education, we were surprised because at none of international platforms were there were those dialogues in Lugano, Rome, London, Berlin. They don't mention education anywhere. How is it possible to rebuild the country without transforming the education system? With whom and for whom are we going to rebuild the country? Who's going to support that new economy? Because we speak about a new economy that looks quite progressive, as I can see based on the governmental discussions. We already have a certain understanding of what our economy is going to be. But my question and my team's question is, what about education? So we started systemically integrating education, and now working with donors, with international partners, we are already in place where we started speaking about education. I should admit that there is very high level of significant focus of the president on education sector. I talked to previous ministers, some of them are my advisors, Ms. Grinevich, Anna Novosad, we work closely together. I talked to Sergei Kvit, even Vasil Kremin, who was one of the previous ministers from long ago. None of them could say that they have had that many meetings and discussions with the president as I have had over these several months of my work. So there is a high level of engagement from the president, prime minister, vice prime minister. We have a specialized vice prime minister who deals with education, science, and development of human capital. And I can assure you that attention to education, the focus on education, is very high. We have strategic objectives and an extensive expert discussion around those strategic goals. We have the political will to implement these changes in the education sector, and there is the political will that makes it possible to start these transformations at all levels simultaneously. Preschool, primary school, secondary, vocational school, university education. And our objective is to make education human-centric, so that education is an instrument to implement the system of values that forms the individual for democratic society. How do we achieve that? This is about walls, processes, content, and people. These are 4 key components, and we need to focus on transforming those. And that's what we are doing now, starting with yesterday we signed a memorandum with a range of organizations to start designing new architectural forms, because we know that we have those typical Soviet schools from Stalin, Brezhnev, Khrushchev times. That's like more like a prison or a hospital or school. Well, that's the same. And the same color of the walls, right? The green and white, yes, or this red brick that may be seen differently now, but you anyway associate this red brick with the USSR. And and these associations reflect the internal inner culture of process organization, of content, and most importantly, the culture of interaction between the teacher and the student. Anyway, it is still to some extent within that totalitarian paradigm, the model where we say, if it is right or wrong, do what I say to you, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, we have still a lot of that in our education system. So these are the changes that we want to implement. Walls, there we signed a memorandum to revitalize 5 types of Soviet schools, 5 model projects, designs, and same for kindergartens. All of them can be transformed as state-of-the-art spaces that can be developed based on the principles of social space, space for physical activities. And actually, this is about a certain system of values, also transparency of the space. So that's a whole range of design principles that actually ensure implementation of the system of values that we want to integrate in the individuals of the future. freedom inside, dignity, trust to each other, loving each other, and loving the cause or what you do in a more extensive sense of this word. This space actually forms, to a certain extent, impacts these values, because when we speak about freedom at school for the student, we understand that we need to take into account the safety components, because we're not going to limit children in certain aspects. When we speak about limitation, we speak about discipline, or do we speak about, for example, ethics? Understanding of that with your actions, you must not do harm or undermine freedom of another person. So we are speaking about a whole set of approaches that in the process of recovery of Ukraine are transversally integrated into the 4 components, as I mentioned. And of course, there is this challenge ahead of us, and that's bringing back the human resources, reintegration of people from occupied territories, because sooner or later our territories in this way or another will be liberated. And then we will have about 1 million people who used to live within another system of values under the pressure of propaganda, another educational paradigm, and these are the people who we need to reintegrate. Because without that, we will have to reintegrate people from other countries, like from India, from Arabic countries, from Africa. We won't develop the economy without human resources. So it will probably be easier for us to reintegrate people from occupied territories. And you can imagine the challenge that represents for the education system. It's even hard to imagine, but that's a huge challenge. We need to bring people back from immigration. 8 million of our people are there now. And education, that's one of magnets. That is something that to a great extent keeps our women abroad, because children go to schools and there they witnessed a bit different model that is very different from ours, more human-centric model. And now we need to create a competitive environment where children's dignity is never humiliated, never ever. And now we are facing this challenge as well. How to make it easier for our people to stay there. Even if they decide to stay there, they need to remain our people. And education, this is the link that we need to ensure so that they remain Ukrainians there. And that's an important resource for us. And so that they remained Ukrainians and next generations grew up as Ukrainians. That's a challenge for the Ukrainian system of education system. How to make sure that they want to come back. That's a set of quite anxiety-raising issues, and sorry for being a bit chaotic, but I believe that further on in our discussion we will address specific cases. Thank you. Thank you, Arsen. So, Taras, Ukrainian Catholic University recently has become a huge brand in the education market. And when we think about quality Ukrainian university that definitely provides a high quality of services as high as European universities, definitely you immediately think about UCU. So how do you respond within your training program, organizing the space in your plans? How do you respond to those challenges that arise to Ukraine in the context of the war? What's changing at the university now? Thank you for this question, and I'm also grateful for this invitation. I'm happy to be with you here. Well, it's true that there are a lot of challenges, and all of us understand that the war will last for, in the next years determine the agenda of our country and of the entire education system. in particular university education level. So we were speaking about the challenge of bringing people back home, whether we will be the country of people who are returnees. Most of them are women. We spoke about the challenge of going back to the mental space of Ukraine and bringing there people from the occupied territories. We were speaking about the challenge to enhance local governance, because during the war, of course, certain centralization processes took place, so we need to go back and enhance the decentralization reform. We are speaking about whether we will be a country of wounds healed. Experts speak about 40 to 50% of population who will require psychological support. And we are definitely becoming a country of veterans, but will we be a country that offers veterans decent life and to their families? And of course, there are a lot of aspects to consider. When I hear that, and when I look at it from the standpoint of university and university education, I want to believe that, well, people say, I believe in the armed forces of Ukraine, but after the victory, we will say, I believe in communities, in the family, in women, and in universities. So, what should the universities do in order to live up to those expectations? I believe that we are in that unique situation where so universities cannot choose what they do, but they can choose how they do that, because what we do, this is determined by the war. We need to help heal wounds of the war and help recover our country. And I would add something else, what's important for all universities of Ukraine, and that's to increase the interest at the international level to the Ukrainian education to be present at international platforms. Our strategy is about the university that serves. I believe that every university needs to focus on that, serving. Because, you know, mostly universities perceive their key goal as academic excellence, and that's right. However, it is important to consider UCU and training as a tool serving the society and people. So I only have one important message today. It seems to me that universities need to think about how to become engaged universities under these circumstances, so that engagement of the community into life of a university and universities dealing with the community, so that it were not just an option or something that is secondary. That must be an important part of work of universities. And you asked me about the different levels where you could work. At all levels, everything starts with culture. Any university needs to have its mission, and that means setting this goal of asking important questions and addressing important issues. Because, well, of course, the main objective of a university is training quality specialist professionals, but also addressing social issues. For example, how to make Lviv a magnet for talents, or how to make Lviv a city that studies. And in this way, it is about promoting or advancing the entire education system in Lviv. Or as at Catholic University, we raised this issue, this question about what should we do so that the Ukrainian Christianity had its authentic voice. That's a huge issue, how to develop civil society. And it seems to me that every university needs to have this kind of a mission. It is like a social startup, actually, because if you think startups, they are not just about selling products. Every startup is about changing the world. So we are that ambitious, and our universities need to be so ambitious. The next step that could be undertaken and what could be done there if a university has its mission. I believe that it is important to be able to think in categories of social impact, exerting social impact. Often, when we see what our universities are proud of, this is mostly about some formal figures. How many applicants, how many students admitted, how many teachers we have, faculty with PhD degree. Well, that's important again, but that's not the core, not the key thing. The key thing is how we are transforming the environment around us, and now the situation is quite unique because universities, for example, can advance this drive in the community, especially where young people are inspired to be volunteers. That may be part of culture of every university. And one of specific instruments is pedagogics that we refer to as socially oriented training pedagogy.
So what I'm talking about here, so there is a need to have this approach towards building skills or getting knowledge or building some ethical attitudes through projects implemented in the community and with the community. Projects which are part of educational processes, because volunteering might not be connected in any way with my professional development as a political scientist or an IT person. And then if you're an apprentice, then it will not really bring change society. But this social-oriented education can combine both of these aspects, social changes, volunteering, and apprenticeship, internships. And I believe that it will be a great achievement if we use this approach not only at universities, but for schools as well. And one last thing, that of course we need to work on realization and change and implement changes in the curriculum. When the war started, I mean the full-scale war, when started, like one of the tasks that we set to ourselves, how to include that into the curriculum. And it was in response to the requirement of the students, because these subjects are not going to be relevant to young people if we have no response, because they ask questions whether to stay or to go, or what is our role. And we are studying here and we are not fighting. So for them not to feel guilty, so they start to question how they could be useful. And we ask all our professors to build cases through changes in some elements of certain subjects to include the war experience into educational processes. And we need to do the same thing when we are working on reconstruction. Thank you very much, Mr. Taras. Yes, even strategy is wonderful, and we can, of course, the top management, they can give all difficult tasks, but without teachers, this task cannot be implemented. As Mr. Roxanne mentioned, that if the task of a school educational system is to educate a free person, then only free teacher can educate free students, and no type of teachers who are afraid of their principal because they have some connections to top bosses in educational system. And we understand that theory is great, but implementation is possible only if teachers are truly engaged and inspired, like Mr. Artur. So what is your opinion? I don't like the statement about to bringing of a new person, because it sounds like something from totalitarian regimes, but what should we do to make our children free, to give them those basic values which would develop into the new quality of education and educated person in Ukraine? Thank you very much for this question and thank you for this invitation. I really like that on international platforms Ukraine is not discussed without representatives of Ukraine, and here we don't talk about education without teachers, and it's a good sign. I work at school and I talk to many teachers, my colleagues, and I can say that school teachers, we understand that we are going to this wonderful victory day, but the challenges that have been presented, we already face them today, and we already need to do something with them. And probably education, somehow it happened that responded fastest. The pandemic led to online education. Now we have the challenge of full-scale invasion. I remember that for 2 weeks nobody knew what to do, and then everybody came back to their senses, came back to online education. Then private schools came back to offline, and then state schools came back to offline, and it happened all on some intuitive level. And now we face a situation all the time, almost every day, that there are certain challenges that we don't know what to do, and maybe here teachers need some additional resources, some information, what to do, how to act in certain situations, because in the same class we can have IDP children, we have kids who were born in this neighborhood, we have kids who were abroad and came back, and we have different levels of kids with some educational gaps that we need to diagnose and deal with. And also we have pretty difficult situation, and my friends work in children camp, and so there is a situation there that some kids came there, their parents paid for this camp, but another kid is the kid came there because the father of this child died at the front line, and this is a kind of a benefit from the state. And this social tension, that is something that I don't know what to do in this particular situation. And so we already face challenges, and we are going to have more of those. And here I can say that active engagement of teachers is important. We have proactive minority. They are ready to be engaged, to be expert in cooperation with Ministry of Education. And these teachers, I would be cautious. I would say that they're ready to do more. So we are not really using this educational front because now we have more and more the common opinion that there can be only one front line and it's only about the military, but we as teachers, we understand that we have a lot of work and we need to do this work right now, and we are responsible for this. And Mr. Oksan mentioned that education has to be people-centric, and teachers talk to kids, parents, and with colleagues. So we are in the center of the whole processes. How to teach kids? I think this is something that where we need to have vision, unified vision. And I know that the ministry is working on that now, so to give some mechanism on how it should be done, because children are not perceiving information the way how it was before February 24th. So Taras Shevchenko in 9th grade, it was something forced and what they couldn't understand. And now we read Caucasus, and we understand completely differently the phrase "fight and you will prevail." Or we are reading Ivan Bahrani, and we understand that it is something that Russia can do again in our times. And so now children have completely different perception of all the subjects. It's important for teachers, of course, to be interested in teaching kids and to present their subject differently. And of course, motivation of teachers is very important. I know that in many cities, towns, and villages, teachers say the teachers say that they were not going to change their preferences or their views because we are not our salary is not changing. And I don't think it's a very constructive approach because we live during full-scale war, and teachers all over the country in regions. So they will influence whether parents will bring their children back to Ukraine. And maybe we don't notice this, but we have a huge impact on the life of community because we talk to kids, we give information, we talk to parents, and when they see what's going on at school, at university, vocational school, or anywhere else, they understand what's going to happen in Ukraine. If I come to my lesson and I understand that this lesson is important to my kids and I will give my 100%, I feel a support from the kids, from administration would be good, and from the parents, and with full confidence that we are moving in the right direction. If a local teacher just do their time and wait when 45 minutes are over of this lesson, then it can be this negative diagnosis for the school and the activity of a certain school, a certain teacher. And so, to continue what Mr. Taras mentioned, I would like to give the message to all my colleagues. We have resource, we have opportunity now to influence exact locations, exact kids who are sitting in front of us, and parents or members of certain community. We can show them that Ukraine lives, fights, and has chance to win in this bloody fight. And through science and through engagement into Ukrainian science and culture, we can influence in a good way on the mentality and forming positive mentality of our kids, because Mr. Roxanne mentioned before that we have war for a number of people. The population of Ukraine is decreasing, and teacher can convince kids not to leave their community or to stay at least in the framework of Ukrainian identity. And the more teachers try to follow this principle, the better it is going to be not only for this school, but for the whole country. Thank you very much, Mr. Artur. And it's really surprising how we could neglect education for decades, take into account that everyone chooses where to live based on where they can study. For example, I have a lot of family who live in Zaporizhia, and they decided not to leave Zaporizhia because they love the school. And they didn't want to leave high school before graduation, and they prefer to study in shelters, but not to leave the teachers that they truly love. Ms. Oksana, so we have $13 million into the redevelopment and recovering of education infrastructure. Could you please tell us more about this project? Thank you very much for your question. I'm a teacher, and every 45 minutes everybody is a bit tired. So let's change our focus a bit. Are we going to do like some movement exercise? Maybe not today, you've just had coffee. But now I will give you the task, smile to a person who you don't know in this room. We know each other. Now, clap your hands if you are not from Kyiv. Clap 3 times if you are from Kyiv. I feel that all Ukraine is represented here. And before I answer your question, I would like to give some context information, as I represent international organization, foundation, legal foundation. It's not a legal company, so basically we are just using the money which business makes, but we are investing this money on education all over the country. The foundation has been working with Ukraine since 2010. We worked with Ministry of Education, but now our cooperation changed. And if we look at all challenges of the war, and we discussed many of those challenges, when we look at implementation of projects, we try to have wider outlook, because the war is the biggest challenge, but we live also in post-COVID time. We also live at the time new power era, when verticals don't have as much power as cooperation of people. So Women's Congress, communities of teachers, communities of engineers, architects, this would have force, and they can do a lot. Also, value of values, that's what started in 2020. And Mr. Oksan mentioned that the school, which is going to be rebuilt, needs to be based on values, standards based on values. A teacher needs to interact with students based on the values which are accepted in society, school, class, or family. And if we talk about technologies, AI, so we finished the school year 2022-2023, so GPT chat appeared in November 2022. And who uses chat GPT at work or school? Everyone. So we don't know what's going to happen next year. But unfortunately, our education is too slow, and we don't catch up with the modern technologies. And we face also climate challenges, and we can expect 1 billion refugees all over the world till 2050. They are climate migrants, which means that educational systems of education, formal and informal education, they need to be ready to accept kids and provide them continuous educational process, at least with some basic education. And these are all the trends that we face together with the big challenges of the war. So as a legal foundation, we combine game and education, because that's the natural process which allows kids to develop and study. And there was a discussion today that we need to have educational aspect together with emotional and social development, and this new Ukrainian school which started in 2016-2017 should have been implemented. I cannot say that it wasn't done. We have the base as primary school, and we need to promote this, but basic school needs to be rebooted in the proper way. We as a legal foundation, we always supported Ukraine. We didn't stop any of the projects. So these are projects in preschool education. There's also a systematic approach of new Ukrainian school on the state level. There's also the new content of education for future teachers. We need to train them in the proper way. So scientific aspect is important as well, because any implementation or reform of any project, it has to be evidence-based and informed. We also organized research in Zaporizhia and Odessa about how children's games changed during the war, and I think it's very relevant for all of us here. I will not share all the details, but what happened with kids' play? We understand that they play different military scenarios, and when they do that, the majority of kids, it's not to kill somebody or harm somebody, but to protect themselves, their family, their country. So we already can say that what values our kids use. Since February 24th, we as Lego Foundation, we understood that it was important not to stop anything and how else we can support Ukraine. Of course, not to support sporadically somehow somewhere, but how to strengthen what we already started to follow these global trends, because war is going to be over, and how we can strengthen the reconstruction and recovery of Ukraine, because the kids that we are educating now, they will be responsible for developing our country. So we decided on the national level to organize psychosocial support together with our Danish colleagues, because that's what's going to be relevant not only today, but in the next 10 years at least. And you probably remember that it's now obligatory for professional development of for all teachers. Also, we need some programs, Swedish program, and then in September we'll start to implement Harvard program on psychosocial support. Also, we allocated funds to support a new Ukrainian school, because now there is extensive program to return offline education, but we need to also to bring back teachers and students to social spaces, and to help kids and teachers to readapt after COVID and after invasion. Also, many schools were damaged or destroyed, kindergartens and school on liberated territories, and we are trying to support teachers to give them devices so that they can talk to kids. We have kids in Ukraine, but we also have kids abroad, and overall donations to our humanitarian needs is about $30 million that we allocated. Romania and Moldova, we work there with preschool education. We create hubs and play spaces for kids who don't have access to formal education, but at the same time, we start to build their preschool education, because they have a lot to work on. And in order to integrate our kids, we need to do a lot. And even though there is a war and it's not clear how long it's going to last, we really hope that it's going to be over the very next second. But now we are becoming exporters of educational methodology and approaches, including the experience in the framework of our projects. And now teachers in Romania and Moldova, they are going through these trainings. We cooperate with Poland Copernicus Center to create educational opportunities for our kids, and connection with Ukrainian education on the territory of Poland. And that was really short. And as I represent international institution here in Ukraine, and we have long history of cooperation, I'm often asked why we are supported so much. Why? Because they believe in us? No, these are many years of cooperation before the full-scale invasion. They believe in our potential of our country, including intellectual potential. It's trust to the capacity of the country, and this vision of our child, Ukrainian child as the citizen of a global world, because now we are educating these global citizens, and now all the resources that we invest will lead to the well-being of the whole planet. We actually finish on time, and we have 11 minutes, so we have a chance to ask questions. We had this option on previous discussion, we just never had time. But if you have questions, I will give you the floor. If you don't have questions, then I can abuse my role as a moderator. No, we have questions. Thank you very much for this inspired words. And we already discussed many ideas which you present. And of course, the question about numbers and statistics, I have a question to the minister. Do you have any statistics of the ministry? How many kids there are in other countries? What age? Thank you. So the culture of data also needs to be improved. We have data, definitely. We have 500,000 school kids abroad, but when we go deeper and we try to get into cooperation with certain educational establishments, and now we visit educational establishments, and together with Mikhailo Fedorov, we do it playing in four hands, uh, and we do it with our deputies, and we ask how they submit the data to us. We understand that in some way we are not sure, we cannot be sure about this data and these numbers. So we need more digitalization, because it's not just about decreasing bureaucracy, but it's about evidence-based decision making, because we talk about 500,000 school kids, but these numbers are not very precise or based on nothing, but we also have students of vocational educational establishments and students. Of course, we get these numbers from educational departments, and then they get these numbers from schools, but we have issues with this data. If you have exact exact questions about exact country, we can give you a number, but I can say right away, but these numbers are not very reliable. Yes, another question. Good afternoon, Hanna Roshkova, of Equal Opportunity Caucus. Minister, can we expect that gender expertise is going to be organized for textbooks of the Ministry of Education, and about the classes of the classes where we have programs separately for boys and girls, about civil protection, where girls are taught to be medics and boys are taught to fight and protect. About this curriculum, we already have working group, and we are changing this approach, and the future curriculum will include special physical training, engineering, which will include flying drones and maintaining drones, basic radio communication, also pre-med, which is basically some introduction to TCC. And then we have also a long list of other skills, and we will not separate into boys and girls, because boys definitely need to know basic TCC and some physical education or some basic knowledge of other skills are necessary for girls. And about some craft or labor. So we wanted to organize these labs where children can choose what they want to learn. We want to have modern equipment for these arts and crafts, and these technologies and this equipment will not have any access. It will have equal access for any gender, and design, engineering, cooking will be accessible for boys and girls. What about textbooks and gender analysis for textbooks? We sent one textbook at the beginning of my convocation. There was Ms. Haratonova, it's one of the experts. but so my first experience of this gender analysis I was not happy about, and I didn't like the analysis of the textbook, and this textbook on basic introduction to health. This was terrible textbook, and with these terrible sections where the information is provided that whether you are going to be raped depends on how you are dressed. So it was a failure to send out this textbook, and we definitely are going to change a lot more. Good afternoon. Thank you for this discussion. And of course, we cannot recover or reconstruct the country without education, because we need to bring people back, and we can do it only with education. But I have a question to the minister. We discussed all levels of education. And my question is that our kids got a unique experience going through different programs in different countries, and they have unique experience of languages. And Ukrainian school still hasn't adapted to this in any format. So the child goes through standard curriculum in international school, then they study with the support of their family through Ukrainian school, and they need additional tutors to cover all of this. And our school does not accept the lessons even of physical education from the international school. So the child has extremely big workload from morning till late night. So sooner or later it leads to the situation that parents stop getting educational services of Ukrainian school because it's all family-based.
So until the Ukrainian school gets added value from the unique experience of integrating the curricula, we will create these gaps. I believe that needs to be one of the focuses. And also children who will come back to Ukraine, there is no market of universities that would support the demand for quality higher education. If we speak about long-term or mid-term prospect, without investments into the quality of education at universities, we will lose these children a bit later. So two questions that are interconnected. Where is the child and the comfort of the child, and efforts to combine the curricula for the benefit of quality without formal requirements where, for example, children do not pursue any theatrical education, but they formally have to pass the test. And what to do about that? UCU, American University, Kiev School of Economy, that's not enough in order to ensure to cover the potential demand by those children who graduate from schools here, but then they will look towards the Western countries because the level of higher education is degrading. I am a father of someone who graduated from school and who is now applying for a university and looking for a university. My son is looking for a university to apply. I just observe this process, and I do share your concerns. Speaking about your first question, well, of course, schools could use the recommendations that were provided by the Minister of Education about 1.5 months ago regarding taking into account the coverage of this general umbrella subjects, but we are in dialogue. We have this dialogue with the Ministry of Education, so we focus on language, literature, and history of Ukraine as mandatory. All the rest can be kind of recognized. Another aspect is that our education system speaks about autonomy and the wish to decentralize. On the other hand, it insists on clear algorithms to cross accept the various other subjects like athletics, for example, and we only ask them to hold those classes in history and literature of Ukraine and the Ukrainian language, and then they tell us, give us a mathematical model how we do that. So that's the discussion. They are not ready to recognize the results abroad without this clear algorithm, and now we are working on developing this clear model. And we are working on that, of course. Those schools who wanted to do that, they've done that already. And I don't know if your school, if you are using that partially, right? So you can talk to practitioners about how it works in practice, but we are working on that. And speaking about higher education, the system of university education was developed not for kind of our country, and the demographics and the processes are bringing the system of university education to a profound crisis. It has started already. This crisis so far this year, the traditional post-Soviet education system will still survive based on the wish to study and not to be conscripted to the army, so maybe it will last, but this is the last year when we can kind of rely on that. In our concept paper, we have anticipated quite a profound reform of the university education. It will transform, the system will transform significantly. I will not share our visions about that now, because we have involved the experts who are conducting crash tests for our vision, who offer their suggestions at the level of secondary education as well. And I am sure that higher university education as it is not viable, for the exception of certain universities, but you can count them. Thank you. This is sad, but there is hope that changes will come. So I am grateful to all participants of the discussion. And I let you go for 10 minutes for your break, and then we meet. So I guess that now we can start. And this is a special presentation focused on the very important theme of mental health, and we understand that recovery is not only about roads and bridges, as we have repeatedly discussed today. Above all, that's about people. And I pass the floor to Oksana Zbitneva, the head of Coordination Center for Mental Health under the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, and you're welcome. Welcome, colleagues, friends, partners who I see today in this audience, and everyone who has joined online to participate in this event. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you and to discuss the important theme, important topic. This is an important path that we need to, or journey that we need to undertake together, and important engagement aspect. I'm happy to see, I guess, the most outstanding expert in Ukraine on mental health, Ms. Ksenia Voznitsina. So if you would like to add something, I will be looking at you, Ksenia, and I check my psycho-emotional state against yours. So we are going to speak about, as mentioned by the facilitator, we are going to speak about people and the economy, about individuals in the economy. Because what we are supposed to do, apart from gaining victory, we need to overcome our pain. We need to melt our terrible experience that unfortunately we keep accumulating, and to transform that into post-traumatic growth. Often speaking to various audiences, I say something that to me is super important. It is important in order to better understand the theme that we are working on. First Lady Olena Zelenska, maybe she is quite a courageous woman because she undertook some areas that need to be transformed, where you can expect significant challenges, where there are no low-hanging fruit, and where you cannot really realize the scope of the issue. For example, school catering. That's about a significant revolution. Or barrier-free spaces, because this is about a new system of interaction, accepting each other, and that's not so much about the rails. And about mental health, about how we develop new skills, soft skills, skills that are relevant for all of us. This is about how we can see ourselves and our dear ones through a different perspective, and that's about finally getting rid of that post-Soviet tail, this dragon tail that we are still dragging. So we're speaking about the Ukrainian or National Mental Health program, even though it says psychic health on paper. We decided to choose this path in order to approach people, to talk to them, because to them, mental health, it is about punitive psychiatry. It is something usually terrible, about some kind of penitentiary institutions, and that's not about me, they often say. But we want this program to be relevant for everyone. With the air raid alerts and missiles, without waiting for the victory, as our First Lady said, that we are going to develop the system of providing services. Businesses, state, public institutions have come together around this idea, as well as a non-governmental sector, because the price of not acting on that is too high, because when you help people recover, they will recover all the rest. This is a very deep statement, I believe. We definitely understand already, based on expert forecasts, we don't actually fully understand what we should expect after that. Consequences are going to last for like 3, 7, 10 years, and also they will affect further next generations. We already have the statistics that say that 50% of Ukrainians experiencing anxiety, stress, high level of tension, frustration, very psycho-emotional states, that only 2% out of this are ready to ask for help. Why? Because not always they believe that this is about them. Mostly this is about elderly people and men for obvious reasons. But this hidden, latent pain doesn't mean that the problem is not there. And this is what we need to take out, to put out, and to say, like, you can ask for support, help, that will be safe, that will be confidential, and you will not even know that you got that assistance. I will mention some examples. So why we cannot but do that, and how that's linked to the economic status. Unless we invest into prevention in the field of mental health, so if we don't do that, then we will have to invest into specialized institutions, maybe into the penitentiary system. And we will need to increase funding for the healthcare system, because everything that we are experiencing today will definitely have an impact on our physical health. Couple of figures, and these are huge numbers. And this is about to what extent mental health impacts our capacity to work and thus the economy. And what it means for physical health. The Ministry of Health already speaks about that. They register a significant increase in the number of cardiovascular diseases. That's about stresses as well. Diabetes type 2.
The eating disorders, and maybe you also notice that we eat when stressed, and usually we eat something sweet. And women's health, it has significant impact. So why this program is developed? So that we take care of our mental health on a daily basis. For us to understand that the state supports by providing services, but still we need to take responsibility. And we need to have some arrangement for ourselves so that we can provide services for mental health where people live in every village, town and city, and I will show you how we will try to achieve that. And an extremely important goal, we have awesome professionals. We started to build the team in 2014, and we've been expanding with professionals who can work with relevant experience. Of course, we use international experience. The WHO, that's one of our key expert partners, but we need to do everything possible for Ukrainian professional experience to be implemented everywhere. We need to describe this experience, and so that our Ukrainian professionals could publish in all scientific or professional journals. And for these cases, Ukrainian cases, belong to Ukraine, so that we are not just a field on being experimented on, so that we can bring innovations, new approaches, because we have unique experience on working with patients, with people. This experience is unique. And also for us to process this experience and create this unique system of psychological health and mental health. And if you ask me if we can read this program, no, it's not a document. It's multi-level transformation of the system through audit, analysis, needs analysis, experience, international experience, international cooperation. And mental health is a part of state policy. We organize lots of trainings on all levels, different types of professionals. We provide new services as psychosocial services. What does it mean? And as international practices show, we shouldn't create something completely new. The components mental health, they need to be integrated in everything that person does contacting the system. Any system of support of IDPs, any system of providing benefits to the elderly, teenagers, pregnant women, and post-labor. Healthy mother will be able to support the child and support psychosocial support of the child. And why teenagers are important? Because parents don't have such big influence, and they are looking for some new role models. People with disabilities, including mental disabilities, military veterans, and members of their families. So how we build this system? We are building the system, as I mentioned, for the services of mental health. That's everywhere where a person has contact with the system. So we start in kindergarten. If the person doesn't know how to be stress resilient, we give them techniques and we give them low-level interventions. We teach a person to use their resources by providing them techniques. So that's usually the area of non-governmental sector. So we can use sport or communal gardening, so any format where people can rebuild their social connections and relax, because we remember that COVID and war, these are factors which take away from our social connections. We are resilient, but there are additional threats. So then in healthcare, so we need to follow the algorithm for rehabilitation. Through psychosocial services, we help people to readjust in society and meet their needs. We have a huge gap, and we identified it by audit. And this coordination gap, we are trying to deal with this. So this coordination in mental health, so we have interagency coordination council with the First Lady and the Prime Minister being involved. There is a profile deputy who is responsible for mental health in every region. There is resolution of the centers for support for mental health in every region, and there is coordinator on mental health, so that we can reboot and build the system. We have a partner, WHO, which coordinates non-governmental sector, all informal services, and that's basically how MHPSS look. So who is one person who is responsible for this? No, we don't have one person. Everybody is responsible. And the most common question on the level of regions, especially at the beginning, we invite them to the meetings on the regional level. Usually they invite the deputy who is responsible for humanitarian issues, but then eventually they bring a psychiatrist. But we try to prove that mental health is not just about Ministry of Health. We need to start working with the person where early interventions are necessary and to respond to the challenges which were noticed while we had resource audit. Then every ministry does their part. For example, Ministry of Health. They understand that healthcare system cannot, as any healthcare system of any country, cannot work with this load. So there was a decision made to engage family doctors, and 27,000 family doctors, they went through training. So we have contracts with 524 primary care healthcare facilities, and yesterday Samantha Power visited with the First Lady in Irpin community. They visited this. They saw how it works when there is integrated psychologists, family doctors, and the person comes and talks about cardiovascular problems, high blood pressure, and the doctor, they have just regular checkup, but following the protocol with. And even if the patient is not talking about mental issues, then they check on that as well. And if necessary, and if there is consent, then psychologists can be recommended. So we also want to have so the Resilience Center, it's one hub on the level of community and the place in the community where a person can come and be engaged to get psychosocial support, psychological assistance, legal assistance. So to have the center of integrated service. And 20 communities, they applied to participate in this project. Psychoeducation and teaching resilience skills. This is a huge project of the Ministry of Education. And they want to integrate some component in kindergarten and schools, but of course we need to reboot the whole system on the level of higher education. And here we talk about preparing any specialists, not only medical students or future teachers, but engineer, architect, they need to know basic area of how to provide psychosocial support. So the Ministry of Economy, through employment centers, they integrate mental health. Communication campaign, how are you, is a big part of it, and I will be grateful if you support this campaign, because the question of how are you, that's a question that everybody asked, and we need to know how to answer this question. You had you had 2 more minutes, but thank you very much for this presentation. Of course, we now start to think about mental health. It stopped being taboo. People started talking about mental health as an important part of their life. And I believe that it will only develop, and these 2 or 3% of people who come to ask for assistance of psychologists and therapists, finally these numbers will go up, and people will ask for professional assistance and not psychics or neighbor or friends. And we are moving to the next session, and I'm giving the floor to Elena Kurbanova, and I wish you to have 2 more panel discussions after that. Thank you very much for spending this time with me. our economy. So please use understandable language so that all Ukrainians understand about what place they can find in a post-war economy. So, Miss Nina, you always inspire me how easily you can talk about taxes, even though it's a very difficult topic, about how we can collect taxes and how it should work. If you talk about post-war Ukraine, what do you want to change? What would you like to offer? Because you can do that in our parliament. So how do you see tax policy in Ukraine after we win? And we, of course, hope that it's going to happen soon. Thank you for giving the floor. Hello, everyone. This is the topic that it's difficult to process. I feel that when I talk, very few people understand me completely, but it's not an easy topic and it's impossible to avoid all the terminology from all the laws. And yeah, so because on this topic we need to talk with some professional jargon and not to be that neighbor who is giving you advice on psychological support. So I visited many of the panels for me to feel what feeling we have, what's coming next. I didn't come just to my panel, just because I wanted to hear political aspects, what we see, how we see a woman in the near future, the role of a woman, how we are going to work on bringing our women back who are now temporarily abroad. And of course, these are mostly women. And what we are going to do, because among women, we have teachers, who we've just mentioned, professors, but also we have mothers who are outside the country with the kids, and they are both teachers and mothers. We have scientists who were not mentioned, and there are many women among scientists. And when we talked about politics, so women are more or less represented in the parliament and on local level. But we also talked that it has to be high level of representation. These have to be women at the table of decision making, and they need to have equal position when important decisions are made. And when we achieve that, I really want to achieve this level of recognition of a woman. I really remember the words that in every post-war country, women step away from political life, and it's a bad signal, because I personally see the future of our country, and it depends on women in many aspects, and I would like to explain why. Because over the past years, if we talk about society and the role of a woman in the economy of the country, which means in the forming the budget, and budget influences everything we discussed before.
So women have started gaining momentum, and that's about quality representation of women in the economy and in decision making. Because when I believe we analyzed 2021 and the number of women owning businesses in Ukraine or being top managers at companies, we could see that we were already reaching like 40%. But then we had to revise the data. Eventually, it turned out that that's only 18 to 20%. So we received kind of another set of data. I mean, I always try to keep track. I try to understand why. I believe around me I see highly efficient women who can be efficient decision makers, who have very good reasoning or the engine for any enterprise, even if it is a large company, even if it is a large private company. However, most often than not, they are not leaders of those companies and they are not business owners. So, speaking about the forecast, well, if we try to project the future of our country and if we try to map all the issues, while in the center of that would be our future, we would see a huge number of issues and challenges. Each of those challenges needs a separate discussion, a separate way to address it. Because speaking about that, Ukraine will never be as it used to be before the war. That's right. People's mentality has changed, and we are changing, and now we can perceive even we can have a better understanding of the area of mental health. Well, that's a lot, but that's not enough. We need to understand how we are going to develop a new country, and that's our only chance. That is why I very much agree with what Ms. Ivazovska mentioned. If we speak about politics, if we start by large politics, the elections that we should expect in the near future, well, that will result in a more open country. There shouldn't be this negotiations behind the closed door about how we are going to hold the next elections. If we speak about local governments, apart from the issues of our councillors who at the local level now encounter and try to address all of those issues and how we are going to address them. So we need to speak about that. Decentralization turned into a kind of feudal system, feudalism. But that's an issue, because again, I don't see a role for women there, and again, we will have to fight for our presence in and our representation in all areas of life. But let me go back to the economy. At one of your events, I remember we discussed it that there are now more business owners. But what kind of businesses are those? Mostly service-oriented and smaller businesses. Why? Because women, they are kind of more moderate. They perceive adequately information and avoid risks. They try to balance everything. And they also need to allocate time for their families and children to support their families, their dear ones. So when we started exploring what are the areas where women are most represented, and well, that's about self-employed, individual entrepreneurs, sole entrepreneurs, most of them are women. So at that meeting, there was Olena Zelenska as well, and we appealed to her. We said that, well, in our country, special focus needs to be on women in SMEs, because some outstanding economists would like to speak about the simplified taxation system, etc. Well, we have to stop discussing that. I mean, I want this meeting today to be another appeal to the government authorities. We need to keep in mind that now a lot of women, they are self-employed, and based on everything that we discussed at the previous panels, we need to do our best so that these women stayed and worked in Ukraine. Because when I checked statistics for 2023 and the number of individual proprietors, sole proprietors registered in Poland, I got scared because, well, it's clear that those women who worked here, who promoted their small businesses, you know, in which sectors they worked, over this period of time, they've managed to, in a country that is strange to them, and so there are some challenges because they got used to how it works in our country, but nevertheless they managed to do that, to launch their businesses. And unfortunately now Well, you know, we need to have a political understanding that in some aspects, in some economic aspects, we need to look at things differently. And where we set these objectives like 2 years ago, that shouldn't go, shouldn't be the same as we claim now. We need to revise and rebuild the processes. When we start speaking about what we need to do in this post-war period, I would ask this question: do we know the experience of post-war recovery of Balkan countries? Because these are recent wars, right? So we know the degree of traumas inflicted on those states, the number of veterans there, how hard it was to address these issues in each of those countries. We know what happens to the budget processes, how hard it is to implement all the objectives, because when we speak about education, I would strongly disagree that a teacher would work for like 10,000 hryvnias and to ensure online, offline combination, synergy and stuff. Well, you know, I have a classmate from my long ago, and she's a teacher in primary school. And from time to time she writes these messages to me, like, how long can it last? I am like a beggar. I'd better die. And I respond to that because I know her talents and I know how progressive she is. So why does it happen to her that she has to just survive having very little income? So when we're speaking about school, about universities, about the degrading quality of higher education, if we wish that or not, you cannot not always rely on patriotism when we try to convince people to stay in the country, to develop the country. We cannot bring people back. Well, you know how many teachers have left, right? By the way, I was surprised that there is no relevant information on the monthly basis. The education departments could collect this information about how many students and teachers there are in Ukraine, because a lot of teachers, they are now outside and they teach our children from abroad. And at this kind of events we need to speak the truth and we need to analyze that. What shall we do in order that these quality professionals, and there were some negative connotations for quality people, but well, we need to do our best to bring the professionals back to Ukraine. Will we do that? Maybe, but that will require a lot of years. Now I agree that the most important thing is to prevail, to gain the victory. I agree with the political panel that we need to start discussing these processes, but now everything is about the victory. Otherwise, we need to plan and get ready for various options. We need to have to develop not just one scenario, because it may happen so that there will be no money. Maybe in Q4 we will encounter deficit and won't be able to pay to the budget employees. It won't be easy. It will be very hard to bring people back. And there, all of those models that should be discussed at our national platforms. Well, by the way, this is the first time that I see that in our country we finally approach these issues that we need to discuss. I believe that these discussions need to be more frequent and more extensive, so that more people could speak, so that we could hear each other. If we are on the same pole, how we are breathing, how we are moving on. Because if we speak about expectations, I understand that most of people are quite resilient now to suffering to all of these factors. So we are more resilient because of these challenges than maybe people in other European countries. Maybe we will be able to achieve a lot, but we need to understand how we are moving forward. So I will be happy to participate in these discussions in order to address this policy, as you mentioned, what we need to do by implementing the respective legislation. So we need to understand, to keep in mind, which options of the future, of the economic future, should be expected. All of these options need to be discussed, but the main thing is to win the war. Thank you, Inna, and let me say a couple of words about women and women in businesses. First, well, you mentioned women who launched their businesses in Ukraine now. Even though the war is ongoing, they have always been afraid, they aspire to stability, but now you can hardly expect any stability. And here, they launch super successful small enterprises. That's incredible. You see that this is where they believe in our victory. And secondly, well, we understand that now it is mostly men who are at the front line, even though we know that thousands of women are now serving in the Ukrainian army, and wives of fallen soldiers, they keep these businesses, their husbands' initiatives going. I don't know where they get this energy, but that's inspiring. That's something that inspires us to follow the role model of Ukrainian women. And where you speak about fighting for those who left, well, we need to bring back our human capital. And now we will listen to, we will hear Ms. Dragan, Deputy Head of the State Property Fund of Ukraine. But, well, no matter what, we have issues now, but of course we are we are a country rich in resources. And the opportunities are not equally distributed. So that's an important aspect. How to talk to those women and families abroad so that they came back, so that we are going to build a new country based on equality. Thank you. I'm very pleased to be here. Thank you for this invitation. I will start by saying that where we say one must do that, women always know how to do that. This is what Olena Zelenska said, and here I am addressing you. Can you raise your hand if you have ever raised funds for drones, for medicine, for the army? Who has transported cars when men could not go abroad? Well, all of us are involved into the process of approximating the victory and in the recovery process. But are we going to stop there? Are we going to reduce these efforts after the victory? No, I'm sure that not. And our country already is preparing the grounds to start this process of development and reconstruction. What are the challenges for women, especially those women who are abroad now? So a woman with her family, with children, with the mother, maybe she's abroad and the husband is at the war, and she comes back to a settlement where there is no infrastructure, no kindergarten, it hasn't yet been rebuilt. And then the soldier comes back from the war. He may have a serious injury and require rehabilitation. Then the woman is at home and she needs to take care of, say, 2 young children, elderly mother, and the husband. So then she has no opportunity for her own individual development. What should be done by the state? Today, at all the panel discussions, we discussed that. That's about rehabilitation, psychological, physical, rebuilding the infrastructure, which is very important, because if there is no kindergarten, it's most likely the woman who will stay at home, not the man, right? And opportunities to work. Well, for example, what can be then offered by the State Property Fund? We have this great instrument, and this is small-scale privatization. Last autumn, we heard very sensitive discussions in the society about whether it is possible to sell stuff during the war. The government, the president, and the parliament did dare to amend the legislation to start the small-scale privatization, and that turned out to be a success story. During all of these months of privatization, 3.2 billion hryvnias have been contributed to the budget. So now this small-scale privatization engages small entrepreneurs. So our fund can offer platforms, well, maybe not in the best condition. However, there are all the utilities connected, so you can go to an open auction, buy this kind of property and launch your business. It may be a hairdresser salon or a shop or a logistic company. You no longer need to receive those permits and to connect electricity. You can just go there and start working. That's one of the opportunities where there is significant demand in Ukraine. Then the state property fund, we are the valuation providers. So now the demand is high already, and after the victory valuation of destroyed property, well, that will be in high demand. And we don't have that many valuators in the country. And even those women now who are abroad, they can already start undergoing their training as valuators. And after they come back to the country, they will undertake just 1 year of internship, and then they can do that professionally. This may be also interesting for people with disabilities, these opportunities, or for veterans who are coming back, because this is the opportunity where you have a university degree, you can retrain, you can be retrained and develop in the labor market where there is high demand for this profession. And also after recovery of Ukraine, and now already, there is a high demand for top managers. Nina was spot on when she said that women most often feel when they manage smaller businesses. Mostly this is about the providing services. But us, we already know several examples where top managers of enterprises, even of the production complex, that these are women. Tatiana Serbin, she leads the enterprise that develops military aircrafts. And this is a successful enterprise, it generates profit. Larisa Deryugina, she is head manager of a state-owned enterprise in Kyiv, and they adjust vehicles as military vehicles. That is also, that generates profit. And there are good examples of women in supervisory boards. So we invite men and women to consider this opportunity to become managers of state-owned enterprises. At the State Property Fund, there is the email address, you can send your CV there, and we are trying to create this pool already, pool of professionals. Another area where not many people are aware of that, and that is about corporate secretaries, the Institute of Corporate Secretaries. That's also a profession where it is possible to be retrained if you have university degree.
And corporate secretary, these are people who work in they work in big holdings, and they are very important, and we are happy to offer the trainings and curriculum. So we cooperate with different universities which provide these programs. And about the fund itself, we have 70% of women working there. And before coming here, I checked the statistics about top positions for women, because in public service, usually there are more women, but usually top positions are kept by men. So as it turned out that in our institution, 14 departments including newly created department which is responsible for sanctions and sanction assets. They are headed by women, and only 8 departments are headed by men. So we are open to cooperation, and I believe that every challenge is a new opportunity. So you're welcome. So basically, we were presented very interesting vacancies. Thank you for these job opportunities, and don't forget to share this information if you have friends who are thinking whether they want to come back to Ukraine, and then you can offer them these opportunities. And now we can talk to Ms. Nadia Bihun, Deputy Minister of Economy, and the question is right away to you. When experts are trying to analyze the condition of our economy, we went through hellish winter. Now the south is under constant shelling, and people are saying, "Oh, economy is still alive in Ukraine. How?" It's probably a miracle, but of course we have problems, and of course we'll have more problems in the future. Even though all our women and men who visited or lived abroad, they already faced a lot of problems. They don't always like healthcare system there. They're not always happy about education there, and they face different problems with services. And they're happy to come back to Ukraine, and they would love to come back to Ukraine, but Ukraine is not safe, so they are not coming back home. And so, Ms. Nadia, the question to you: what are we going to do to use all the best practices of other countries, but how can we develop our good services and good healthcare? So what are our plans? Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I would like to start by saying that economy, it shows the biggest decrease over the past 30 years, and at the same time, we can be proud of this fall because we expected 50 and it was only 30 decrease of GDP. And so we can show that Russia is fighting not only on military level, but they are fighting our economy, and they attacked Odessa 2 days ago, and they were hoping that our economy would not be resilient, and they expected that they will be successful by destroying our economy. And this year, we actually GDP started to go up, and our businesses have adapted. They have adapted to blackouts, to risks, all the foreign currency limitations. So they were shocked in 2022, but now we have some optimistic tendencies. And in regions like Kharkiv, they are often under shelling, and there was a high level of damage and destruction. But we see that the economy is going up. Those businesses which didn't relocate, they started to recover. People are coming back. And together with people, economic life is coming back as well. And of course, we will depend a lot on the successes on the battlefield. And that's what influences our mood and our economy. But at the same time, we surprised even ourselves, we surprised the world that we can do something, and how we Ukrainians can do things that nobody could imagine or believe, but we can do it. And what we showed when we, on the level of civil society, how people became to be engaged, supporting the army, volunteering. First months, everybody was doing something for the army, and it's interesting to see that I believe that this energy, volunteering energy, it now is transforming into entrepreneurial energy. So those people who started since the full-scale invasion to do something on volunteering level, it's pretty close to what people do if they start their own businesses. So they need to look for opportunities, they need to generate ideas, and they need to take responsibility. That's basically what entrepreneurs need to do. So we showed our capability that even women who are maternity leave, housewives, they need to be actively economically engaged, and then they can keep going, and they can be entrepreneurs. It can be social-oriented businesses, it can be profit-based business, but I believe that our society is getting more and more engaged, and this entrepreneurial energy is developing, and our task as a state, we need to support this energy and to encourage more people to become entrepreneurs. So, and what we do as a Ministry of Economy, we have grant programs, we have micro grants for people who work for themselves, some tiny businesses, so they can get a grant up to 100,000 hryvnias. If they create a workplace, then up to 250,000 hryvnias. We have grants for veterans and their families up to 500,000. They can apply and get grants. And then we have grants for bigger enterprises, for recycling, for example, or in the processing if they need equipment. And these small grants, micro grants and grants for veterans, we've already issued more than 2,000 all over the country. And we are planning to develop this direction to give more grants. And the model works the following way. If entrepreneur, if they want to, maybe they are not entrepreneurs, but they want to be, this person can apply on DIA, on Robota, so there is work, so they can apply and they can submit a business plan, and we understand that it's a challenge to create business plan for a person who wants to be entrepreneur if they never did that before. So together with employment centers and partners, we have various programs where we train and we inform people how to create business plan, how to apply, and that's where we're going to support and continue this work. We see a lot of attention of the whole world to Ukraine, and I think we will still have this attention for the next years, so which gives us opportunities. We have markets, we can do businesses, and we need to use these opportunities. We can, because we either can use them or we can lose them, and to use these opportunities, Ukrainians, very talented Ukrainians, they need to be able to apply, to submit the documents in a proper way, and to put their proposals in the proper language and to present their ideas in a proper way, to sell their ideas, so that partners wanted to support and to cooperate. And so now it's a good training for the civil society if they want to become entrepreneurs, and we will try to support micro business and small businesses. And so these entrepreneurs who will start with micro grants, then they can grow and they can create something bigger. Also, we focus a lot on the programs for veterans. We all understand that our defenders, they lose their lives and they lose their health, so we need to support their families and engage their energy into active life in the country. So this program is developed for veterans and their families, and our ministry understands that human capital is lost, but also a lot of human capital can be developed. And this energy of society, that is something that we need to direct in the proper direction to increase capacity and to encourage people to do business. And if we talk about our grant programs and engaging girls or women into entrepreneur activities, so the statistics shows that we have more applicants from men than from women. Maybe because if you talk about entrepreneurship, so it's about risk, and men are more, maybe my colleagues will correct me, but it is believed that men are more willing to risk. And so maybe it's something more natural for men to be entrepreneurs, but I believe that in the situation where we are, a lot is on women's shoulder, and we expect that women will step up and take responsibility. And so women who are ready to take this responsibility, we need to support them and help them start their own business, to become entrepreneurs, and not to make it too risky, and so that they understand what they need to do for their businesses to be successful and to give results. And so we are going to develop this direction. And just a few words about 579 loan program from the state. That's also the direction for businesses. So now we have some loans. So it will be the interest rate 579, depending on the conditions. And we provided loans at the amount of almost 50 billion hryvnias. And the program works even though we have difficult financial conditions, but we have opportunities to develop, to continue working with your business, and many entrepreneurs, they used these programs. We have 40 banks which become partners, and you can come to almost any bank and to discuss how you can become part of this program. I want to thank women who came to this event, and I hope that women who are not entrepreneurs yet, you will become after this event. And I believe that there are many opportunities in the modern world for women, and it's the most prestigious to have your own business. And even though in Soviet times, if you were an entrepreneur, that was not an honorable thing to do, but I hope that we have gone through some evolution, and now we have understanding that if you create a product to provide service, to create value, that is very important, important for the society, for the state, and probably for development of our civilization. So I encourage you to join our grant programs, use this opportunity, and develop your potential. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just would like to say, I don't know whether you can define this additional level of patriotism, but I know that many people, they register as private entrepreneur, and people understood that it is very important to pay taxes, because actually it's pretty easy to work illegally, like if you provide some small services. But now many people register and try to pay taxes. Yes, I agree that our grant programs and loan programs, and I'm sure that many of our partners, they will announce their own programs, but to participate, you need to be an understandable business for bank or for a partner. If you work only on cash, if you don't have any proper documents, you cannot get grant or loan. So you need to be transparent. Yeah, of course you apply through Dia app, but then you still go to the bank, and the bank needs to understand what you do as an entrepreneur. And of course, it is important to pay taxes, because basically it equals to be a good citizen and to to support the country, because we all understand that the army of procuring weapons is all taken from taxes, because of course we get the support from partners, but mostly it's to support social area. But weapons and salaries to our defenders, that's taxes. So if we pay taxes, we support our army with all the necessary equipment for them to do their job. On the other hand, at the same time is a level of evolution, and we also move into more civilized business world in the country. And to be bankable, you need to have a proper account. You need to follow all proper legal procedures, and you need to talk to your bank through documents. You need to present all the necessary documents, and I truly hope that now we are learning by using our grant programs to become bankable, and our businesses they are getting this capacity to be understandable for financial institutions, so that financial institutions can provide this additional financial resources. Thank you very much. Now we are going to talk to the mayor of Nishin, Mr. Alexander. So Alexander Frasumkov, they had very important interesting opinion poll. 70% of Ukrainians, they said that they had to change their profession completely since the full-scale invasion, and 40% said that happened because what they did before now is not relevant. So they lost the place where they worked, or the job became obsolete. And I know that you feel that, and you feel that in your town. So what can the state offer if the person lost their job? Especially we talk about women and girls. So there are some professions where women are not represented or cannot be represented, and so what can state do? So what do you do? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you, Ukrainian women, for your leadership, women leadership on those positions and in those places where you are. I represent Nishin town, it's Chernihiv region, which is the motherland for many leaders, female leaders. It's Vice Prime Minister Yulia Sviridenko, who was planning to come but couldn't come. Also, the head of Oblast Council is a woman, and my deputy is a woman, and we also have women represented in the council, and we have 5 women who had departments. So I think that Chernihiv region shows a good example of female leadership, but I would like to say a few words about the war and about the events which happened in Chernihiv region a year ago.
Since you know that we are on the border, and unfortunately we are on bordering 2 terrorist countries, Belarus and Russia. We have 460 kilometers of the border on them, and so the full-scale war started for us the first minutes on the 24th of February for my city. We have that airport where all the aircrafts of the emergency service were located, and first missile hit the airport, the airdrome, and unfortunately in the first minutes of the war 5 of emergency first responders were killed, and then the enemy's vehicles were already approaching our city, but due to our armed forces, due to the quickly established territorial defense battalion, due to people who volunteered, we did not allow them to enter our city. For about 1.5 months there were hostilities around our city, and we are proud that the foot of none of the Russian occupiers stepped on the territory of our city, because otherwise it would be the situation of Bucha or Irpin or something even more terrible. However, of course, we suffered a lot of damages and human losses. 107 soldiers from our city have fallen. Currently, significant destruction of infrastructure, more than 60 residential buildings, 2 schools, 2 kindergartens, a medical facility, a boiler room, a sports facility. So from the very first days when Chernihiv region was liberated from the Russian invaders, we started active recovery. And me, as the city mayor, I wanted to demonstrate this trend of recovery in Nizhyn in order to bring back those people who left, because based on our estimations, about 20% of Nizhyn residents left the city when the hostilities were active. Currently, 90% of those who left are back at home. So, according to our estimations, we still lack 2,000 Nizhyn residents, mostly women with children who stay abroad. About 700 children are now studying in various countries in Europe, mostly in Poland, in Germany, France as well. And now we are actively recovering after those hostilities to make sure that people can come back home so that they could live in a more or less safe way and work, and children so that they could attend schools, because not all the schools can be functional now, because where they do not have bomb shelters, they can only work remotely. We also have this issue about kindergartens, because in the Soviet Union they built them without shelters, obviously, and we are trying to address these challenges now. We are building and repairing the shelters, and we are doing our best to make sure that people come back home. We are also looking for jobs for them. A lot of women got retrained, a lot of women joined the army, in particular the Sergeant Yulia, also known as Ramashka. She is now managing deminers unit. This is the unit located in our city. Before that, she worked in local authorities. But after the beginning of the armed aggression, she volunteered, she joined the army, and now it is her second rotation. And she is serving not far from Bakhmut. And I am proud that all heads of departments and councillors, women as well, stay at their workplaces, and they continued working together with me during the active hostilities in order to ensure to support the vital needs of the city. None of them have left their workplaces, and we are working together to recover our city and the region, Chernihiv region. We are working for our victory. We are a city of volunteers. A lot of volunteer organizations are led by women. And now the entire community of our city is working for the benefit of our victory. And I'm sure that after we prevail, Ukrainian women will engage not only in the recovery process, but also in the managerial, administrative processes. There will be more women at the parliamentary level and also at the local level as leaders of communities. Thank you. And Alexander, we have not yet had a female president, right? This is something that we could work on. Okay, the mayor of Nizhyn. And I know that in politics, a lot of our colleagues are fighting for parity, for that men and women were equally represented. But when you were speaking about how many women you have there, well, I could see that you still have something to further improve. And now we are happy that here we have deputy head of the embassy of Netherlands in Ukraine. So what do we associate Netherlands with your assistance, with your help, because the Prime Minister said that there will be the aviation coalition for Ukraine. This is about shelter for lots of Ukrainians. Your country is so helpful and we're so grateful to you. But of course, we will also need to address the need for post-war recovery. We understand that Ukraine will never go back to the state before 24th of February. We need a new construction, the new buildings, maybe like Israelis have, where they have shelters in the buildings. And of course, we need to proceed together with our Western partners. So what's your vision of the role of Netherlands in post-war recovery?
Well, thank you so much. Sorry for speaking English. I just don't master the Ukrainian language enough to do this in English, to do this in Ukrainian, but I hope most of you will understand English. The Dutch vision on reconstruction of Ukraine, that's a broad question. But let me first of all say, as was said earlier on, there was one main target in all our work over here, and that is first making sure Ukraine regains its territory. So that's number one, making sure Ukraine is winning this war. This is why the Netherlands is the number 5 military contributor to Ukraine, now leading the F-16 coalition, as you mostly know. And soon we will announce an extra 600 million euros for Ukraine, for the military. So this continues. We have to. This is not a question of choice. This is a question of urgency. Because Ukraine is fighting on the borders of Europe. You are making peace possible, and you make possible that we remain safe in the Netherlands. At the same time, it is this safety in the Netherlands that also keeps thousands of Ukrainians in the Netherlands. The absence of safety over here and the fact that we have it. So that makes also clear that we have a duty to work on our second goal, and that's to make sure that Ukraine as a state and as an economy stays alive. For that, for sure, we have different programs running. First of all, there is the big budget support coming from the European Union. There's no tree in Brussels that you can shake and money comes out. So everything that comes from Brussels comes from the member state. So also this 50 billion that was announced for the Ukrainian facility for the next 2 years, it comes from Dutch taxpayers, comes from German taxpayers, comes from French taxpayers. But we will pay, that's no doubt about it. Looking at our own priorities that we do from our side, we mostly work via the international financial institutions, simply because we might have the same problem as the Ukrainian authorities are facing, and that's capacity. The challenge that we now have for rebuilding Ukraine, it's the biggest challenge we've ever had. Ukraine is the biggest country of receiving Dutch development assistance at the moment. This is on top of all the other regular development assistance that we provide to African and Asian countries. And Ukraine is not a developing country. Ukraine is a highly developed country with a highly educated population. So that's the big challenge for the Netherlands as well, because the programs that we normally would have for countries to alleviate them from poverty, to bring women up to standard, to make sure that there's social infrastructure. These programs don't work in Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't need those programs. In a lot of cases, I also tell visitors to Ukraine, our ministers, civil servants, I said, watch out, not only for Russian rockets, you will be sure, but watch out for the advanced Ukrainian state. The DIA app, you really should be glad with the DIA app. I'm sure every Ukrainian who has been aboard has been shocked by the bureaucracy they face, because only Ukraine has DIA. This is a thing we simply don't have. So just to show as an example that our regular blueprints that we might have don't work on Ukraine. One of the main things, and I really would like to encourage you, and I know the deputy ministers there, I know Julia is working on it as well, and I know that behind the men ministers, like Mr. Kubrakov, there are very strong female vice ministers who are actually doing the job, who are tough women and make sure that Ukraine is still working and Ukraine be working in the future. So this thing is keep your competences. Make sure that what you're doing now, as you said, volunteering, although everybody is tired, everybody has traumas, but those are skills that you should recognize. You should recognize by yourself, and you should recognize by others. So once this victory is there, in 6 months, in a year time, I don't think it takes longer, I'm positive. But once the victories are there, you should really build upon the skills that you have. And this is also one of the things I think that we as a country, of having a tremendous number of Ukrainians in our country at the moment, we're not Poland, they have the highest one, but still there are about 96,000 Ukrainians, and 80% of them are women and children in the Netherlands, and more than 50% of them are earning their own living. This is just simply amazing how adaptable they have been, although our language is not widely spoken, but you can do a lot in English in my country. So Ukrainian women are taking care of themselves, are taking care of their children, and still sending money home. Those women, when they're coming back over here, they are empowered. They have huge skills. They have managed to build a life in a very short time in difficult circumstances. So they come back with new skills, and I truly hope that Ukraine is able to absorb those women with those new skills. At the same time, the men staying behind over here, they also develop new skills. They have been empowered as well, in different sectors than they might have wanted to, but they have taken care of themselves for over a year. So this is also an empowerment that will make a change. Actually, I got some speaking notes from my colleague. I will not use them for clear notice, because these are speaking notes about what's important for women when we talk about reconstruction. But I don't understand why it's only women for whom it is important that there are good childcare centers, that there are good public schools. Are only women interested in good public transportation? Are only women interested in accessible housing? I think this should be for all Ukrainians important. And for women, sure, but the same for men. And I hope that Klip and the mayor agree with me that it should not only be women who are concerned about healthcare and about schools and about the children. So, yes, there are tremendous changes going on in Ukrainian societies, tremendous changes that hurt deeply. And you talked about it, about veterans coming home, women taking an extra task on it. But at the same time, there were also changes for the good. You never had a president who was a female. I have to say, we never had a prime minister who was female. But we have elections on the 22nd of November, so let's hope.
Thanks a lot. Друзі, це була заступниця голови посольства Нідерландів в Україні.
Deputy head of the Embassy of Netherlands, thank you so much. And we still need to discuss a very important theme relating to our recovery process. Executive Director of the Center for Economic Strategies, Mr. Gleb Wyszlinski. And I believe that the most important thing and that we should highlight is that money is needed for any kind of recovery. And that's quite a risk. What if money doesn't come, if there is no Marshall Plan or the economic Rammstein as we expect? So do you take into account all of these possible scenarios? Are you developing these strategies? Because the enemy is fighting not only at the front line, but also there is information war. They say the West will leave us alone and will be alone. They are fighting all of these consequences. So what would you say to that? Thank you. And let me first address your question, and then I will go back to the question of engaging women in the economy and what we could do there. So now, as mentioned by Deputy Ambassador, there are commitments of the European Union, and of course that needs to be adopted by the European Parliament and the European Council, 50 billion euros for the next 4 years. This is 45% of our needs to cover the budget deficit and to recovery process, quick recovery process. I mean, the critically important activities. And we are looking forward to the similar step by the US. The rest will be covered due to bilateral agreements with the countries, international organizations, IFI, so I do not expect much crisis there. But of course, if we speak about large-scale recovery, considering the immediate damage inflicted on us, that's already more than $150 billion, and also damages and losses, according to estimations of the World Bank, that's more than $400 billion. And there we need to speak about Russian assets, of course, and how to convince our partners to make that legal decision on that this money needs to be streamlined to rebuild Ukraine here and now. But now let me go back to the question of refugees, involvement, engagement of women. Even before the war, not so much into recovery, rebuilding, but kind of developing the economy, which is always relevant. Recently, I saw that Ukraine was included into another report prepared by the EU regarding forecasts regarding the economic situation. And there was this assessment of the level of economic activities, Ukraine versus EU. In Ukraine, this is much lower, but we understand that there is informal sector of the economy, labor migration, other aspects. But what's interesting there is that if you compare the two, you can see the difference for women is more. And it's not dramatically bigger, this difference. But before the war, Ukrainian women were less involved into economic activities versus some conditional average level of engagement of men, if you compare these indicators with EU indicators. So we had this problem before, actually, and chronologically speaking, it is, well, COVID time, it was a very key moment that helped us see that our obsolete attitude to women and children as, on the one hand, like, well, we have a lot of people, we have high level of unemployment, we don't need those people in the labor market, let them sit at home, they always dream sitting at home with their children instead of working, and if they don't dream of that, they are bad mothers. So you remember all of those decisions that were made back then to prohibit public transport during COVID times in many cities, and also a limited, restricted work of educational facilities, because of course children are the most contagious creatures, and women have always dreamt of sitting at home with those kids. So this attitude, I believe, now in the context of the refugee situation has started transforming. Finally, I believe, in the public discussion, we start speaking about valuing how valuable Ukrainians are as workforce, and above all, we value women as workforce. So just to give you some contextual figures, based on our estimations, currently there are about 6 million refugees, Ukrainians abroad. Out of them, based on our survey, about 80% are women, and if we consider women of workable age, that's about 4.5 million. So approximately, I do not have exact figures at hand, so all in all, it was 15 million before the war, so that's 25%. We've lost 25%, quarter of women of workable age. Currently, well, some of them work remotely, but not many. So we need to keep in mind that that includes occupied territories. So physically, in our day-to-day life, we do not observe such visible loss of women, like 25% of women, but all in all, the problem is there. And this pertains to occupied territories as well. And after deoccupation, it will be even more pronounced there. I know those problems that the government faces regarding storing operation of public authorities in deoccupied territories, because we speak about recovery, but what kind of recovery can we speak about if there are no people, right? So, and the situation, as colleagues described about the role of women in the civil service, it's very demonstrative there.
And what is important here, not just about the number, but also about the quality. And about 70% of women who left the country, they had higher education, or So that's a higher level than many countries of the EU, and based on our research, more than 60% of refugees and 84% in our research, these were women. So they were employed, and also there were entrepreneurs among them, so they were quite economically active. So what we could do about this, we discussed this a little bit today. So we need to come up with some comprehensive solution, and there is no one portrait of a refugee, one woman who is a refugee. So usually we picture a woman, middle age, and yeah, that's true, 42%. These women, 35, 49. Usually these women with kids, underage kids. But in this group, there are different subgroups. So there are some classic refugees, how the world picture classic refugee, where they care about security. But when we talk about security, that it's not that everyone is like terrified to come back to Ukraine. We have a lot of shades of gray. And if the person is considering to come back or not, we will have a few very important months before the school year begins. So they think about job, school or kindergarten for a kid as an issue of security. And they need to consider whether they can take care of the child, if there is shelter in the school or kindergarten, whether the child can continue education. And so recovery and reconstruction are extremely important, because we need to build and rebuild shelters and infrastructure, because big part of those people who ran away from potential threats, so about 16% of people who ran from very real threat. So there's a front line, occupied territories, and communities which were under constant shelling, and they want to come back, but they have no place to come back. And then we can discuss like how to rebuild those territories in the far north of the country, and also how to transform refugees into IDPs, to create them opportunities inside the country. And of course it's a difficult issue, because of course it's easy to talk but not easy to implement, how to put together employer, housing opportunities, and a person to be all together. For example, we can have a city in central Ukraine with bad demographic situation, with some enterprises which can be developed, and there are places to stay, but like how to align all of these factors together, that's we need to have some comprehensive solution. And also we need to understand that Ukraine will have a lot of problems with the potential for economic development because of demographic issues. We already had labor migration before the war, and also we have overall a decrease of population, and now we have the issue of refugees. If people are coming back, we will have a chance to engage women more as workforce, which means that it will change the attitude of a role of a woman in a family and attitude of a state to women, and to create opportunities to help women to actually be actively employed. Thank you very much. And so this is the end of our panel. Thank you very much for your participation in this discussion. And these are the right conversations. We already need to think about how Ukraine is going to look after the victory, and we need to think how to develop our economy. Of course, engaging women and girls. Thank you. Session is about bringing investment into women leadership, and I would like to give the floor to our guests one by one, and we are going to talk to one of our guests online. So, Director on Gender and Economic Inclusion of EBRD, Barbara Rambuzek. Ms. Barbara, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. And of course, the very first question, certain tendencies and key tasks. How do you see that? How does your institution see post-war reconstruction of Ukraine after we win? So what can you say about some key trends which will make Ukraine different from what we used to have, because we will never go back to what it used to be?
Pleasure to join. I hope you can all hear me very well. As EBRD, we are the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. I would first like to say that we firmly stand by Ukraine. We have so far invested 2.2 billion euros in investment directly into Ukraine's economy since February last year. There is a further commitment. It's very much. At the center of EBRD's support lies a program that we call Resilience and Activity Program, which focuses on providing fast support as well as the refugee countries. In this context, what is particularly important for us is protecting human capital and building human capital resilience. And the way to do that is by investing directly into our clients, both the public and the private sector, but with the focus access to skills, to jobs, that livelihood. So that the Ukrainian workforce has shrunk in the last 18 months from 17 million to 11 million. That's a huge loss. And we also know that the majority of the refugees and immigrants are women, children. So there's a huge need to firmly integrate the focus on gender into Ukraine's recovery efforts. Because without that, we know that recovery will not be sustainable. And this is very much at the building back center, way of recreating Ukraine, but in a slightly different way. So the way we do that is work with our clients to invest in skills and jobs, but also business communities, so we support businesses relocate their businesses, adapt their businesses, their supply chains, their access to markets, given the current circumstances. But then also very strong access to services, energy security, food security, so of course, IT connectivity, transport connectivity, these sort of things. Getting a strong interlink is critical. So let me give you some examples of how we actually do that. Which is, I think, a very innovative, groundbreaking venture that is still based in Ukraine and investing in businesses in Ukraine. And they have made it to ensure that at least a quarter of their investees are actually women entrepreneurs. They have a total investment portfolio, and we are supporting them in that. We also work with other clients, and then we support the workforce management challenges that they face, understanding where their work is actually gone, the reintegration of veterans into the work, men and women, and supporting their families, but also the reintegration of returnees coming back into the work, clearly women. And finally, just to give you another example, our Green Cities program, where we work in Lviv and other cities, integrating decision-making processes, enabling women to access green jobs are coming up, and developing for infrastructure and transport. There are many other examples that we have from the agribusiness sector, but I just wanted to give you a few. But you asked me about key messages. So key messages is that gender is clearly a very, very important focus and needs to be central as part of Ukraine's recovery efforts. I think very often we see it is actually recently at the Ukraine Recovery Conference in London, EBRD, together with and also the Ukrainian National Commission for Gender Equality with Katerina Levchenko, we organized a side event specifically focused on integrated gender recovery effort and the support provided by the international community. The key, though, is that a lot of good words being said, but if we look at the budgets, if we look where the programs are actually focusing and how the programs are designed in relation to gender, we very much see that this is still that requires a joint effort, both by MPs, but also local players, from policymakers to civil society players, and then of course, it is very much together that we can make a difference here, that we can achieve change.
Дякуємо і ми вам, пані Барбара.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. Thank you for sharing your vision of post-war reconstruction of the country. We start our panel on so with the representative of EBRD, Barbara Rambuzak, and as we say, it's much better to be here present offline because technologies can let us down, and it's really valuable that some guests could join us offline. So I would like to give the floor to Natalia Savchenko, Regional Director of FMC Ukraine, and of course, as a person who represents huge international corporation, the question for me for key challenges, because you need to calculate and foresee what's going to happen next, because we now live in the span of 48 hours, but we do need to think ahead about challenges, about post-war challenges, and how do you see the role of your corporation, how we can work all together to make Ukraine better? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. This is an important topic, and I believe that we don't focus enough on that. As a representative of a private business, of private sector, I think private sector can assist in a few directions. Let's say that we all know that in private sector the role of women is growing much better, and if we analyze why so, maybe we can scale it up on the level of public institutions and on the level of the state, because everybody has this noble goal: let's engage more women somewhere, and everybody says yes, let's do that, and then and it feels as if we've done our job. But I think if we formalize this approach, this actually to do this, we need to have goals and we need to have indicators implementation, so it will lead to practice and not words.
For example, in our company, we have this vision that before 2027, 50% of all positions in the company will be occupied by women. And this is not in general for the company, but in every country at all levels, at all positions. And here in Ukraine, we are still far from there. We keep improving, and we have the specific task, 30% so far, it is 28, but we are going there. And for 30 years now, I've been in this business, agrochemical business, and I see how this is developing, and that's developing fast. The situation is changing, and while 7 years ago, I started managing business in Ukraine, in the entire region, Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, there were just 2 women in Germany and Ukraine. But now in Eastern Women, we have 4 women in leadership positions. I believe that this is due to this kind of formalization of the process. I believe it is something that we can ground on. Another aspect, how to involve women. Well, let me mention the example of our company, and I believe that there are these role models in other sectors. FMC is in top 5 of the largest companies that produce pesticides, plant protection products. We are a research company and we invest a lot of money developing new molecules. And we were the first company in the sector among agrochemical companies that left the Russian market back in April last year, and we stated that. However, the company also stated that we will support Ukraine and the agriculture in Ukraine. This year we launched the project Cultivating Freedom, the name of the project is, and there we intend to engage in a very relevant issue, relevant not only for women but for everyone in Ukraine, and this is the problem, the issue of mined territories. We know that 30% of the territories are mined, and here there is a colleague from Kherson region. They know that very well. Even after the territories are liberated, the agriculture cannot be recovered quickly because it is dangerous to go in field. And for us, for the company, we see that as an issue for our clients, for the agriculture in Ukraine, and for global food security. And there we treat that personally, and we believe that that's right, that we will participate in this project. We launched this project together with our partners, and that's a well-known international organization, the Hollow Trust, which has long been working in the field of demining in many countries. And we decided that 3% of our income in Ukraine will be used for these purposes. I mean, we will finance Hollow Trust, and not only for this year. The decision is that this is going to be a long-term project next year as well. And when we stop on this path, we realized that we could do more. Other projects arose supporting women, providing access for Ukrainian farmers to new technologies and innovations. And thus we were at the point where we were intending to sign the memorandum of cooperation with the Ministry of Economy. We did that in London last month. So this is all in all the areas that we can see for further work, and if you have questions, you are welcome. Especially when you're speaking about demining. This is question number 1, of course. And of course, everybody understands that this is what Ukraine has encountered when you speak about agri-business. This is about how the enemy puts pressure on us from different aspects. And I believe for Ukraine that is an opportunity to look for something new, new technologies, new approaches, and these are also challenges for you. And then how shall we request to them, because so that they knew that we will be stronger if they put pressure on us. I believe that they will feel that they will see that very soon, because our company states that they will pass over to the Ukrainian market the newest products for quick implementation. We know that last year was so hard, but we registered new technologies, and we do hope that they will be helpful for our farmers to fight some of the issues. We will not go into detail there. And of course we need to talk to the ministries regarding how to register those, because they really new technologies. And well, I believe that they will very quickly feel that they are lagging behind, and that will really impact them. Well, this is not something for you to comment, but they keep saying that we are developing some specific mosquitoes, combat mosquitoes. So maybe you should also work on those harming elements so that we could get rid of them and chase them from our territories. Natalia Savchenko, Director General of FMC Ukraine, speaking about how large corporate companies are going to contribute into our future. I believe that every woman or girl encounter the situations where we are perceived as a kind of we are not perceived as a separate unit. Like sometimes they pair us up with men, with male partners, and then it works for them. And where I see business women who did everything themselves on their own, I think about that. I need to highlight this example so that everybody knows that this is something that can be done. And we are so happy to welcome here an entrepreneur and the founder and branch chef of Shot Coffee House, the nominee of SIL Award. So thank you for joining, and we understand that it was not easy for you because, well, when you try to launch a business, everybody asks this question: where is your senior? And you need to prove that you don't need any. So what about now and what's going on? Hello, I'd like to introduce myself again. I'm Valeria Vecherikova. I own the brand chef Chop Coffee House, which was founded in 2016 in Kherson. During 2016 through 2022, we developed very dynamically. As mentioned, we were in the finale of SIL National Award. We were in top 100 best coffee shops in Ukraine. So our development was very dynamic, and meanwhile, we created the workshop to produce confectionery. We worked with a number of coffee shops in our city. Our team consisted of 23 employees, and we had ambitious plans. In March 2022, we planned launching our second coffee shop, and we already had invested into that. But on the 24th of February, all of our plans were changed by the full-scale invasion. And then when there were battles for Antonievsky Bridge, me and my husband, we were extending the salaries for our teams because we were very concerned about them. We wanted to help them so that people had some way to go if they stay in the city, if they make some other decisions. During the first weeks, well, I will present the story how we survived through occupation and then the relocation. First, in the city, it was very chaotic. Nobody knew where to go, what to do. Everything was closed down. That was absolutely terrible. Further on, there were calls from local authorities to start businesses so that the city could somehow exist and survive. And then there was still the Ukrainian flag over the city council, and our mayor was on the head of that. Since the businesses didn't operate, they started illegally appropriating those businesses, and looting started, and we decided to open up, and we started working. So we had a certain stock of products, and we worked for several hours a day. That was not profitable, of course. So we only work to ensure that we can pay salaries to our team that remain there. In mid-April, I decided to, me and my family, to take my family out of the occupation. My team, 10, 12 people, decided to stay. And all of us had different reasons for that. So when we traveled to Odessa, I had the chance to support the team and to support businesses. In this way, we stayed there until the occupation. And we were lucky there because the facility was not in the center of the city, not downtown, a bit farther. So the collaborators came to us almost on the verge of the occupation. They tried to convince us to switch to their legislation, but we decided to close down, and we were lucky enough, nobody came to us, and we managed to survive till the occupation. So all of our team still remained there, and we believed that after the occupation of the city we would be back, but then there were shellings in the city, and the residents, everyone who stayed there, all of them left. So in January 2023, we decided on relocation of the facility to preserve the property and to continue working. My employees, almost all of them found themselves in Odessa. They supported us, and they immediately joined us there. So the challenges that we encountered, above all and most importantly, that is something actually banal, but this is the very relocation process. Because organization of relocation, this is about finding those who would agree to come to the city, those who would conduct dismantling, doing that within a short period of time. Well, it seems to be quite straightforward, but no, nobody agreed to do that. And thus, this required a certain amount of funds at that very first phase. We had to look for people who could help us there, because in my case, those were almost all of my friends, neighbors, everyone who stayed in the city. All of them helped me to leave and to relocate. And this is how we managed. The second task, it also seems to be quite banal, but I had to look for premises where I could place everything, where I could place the equipment, because nobody wants to allow you in for a short period of time. Nobody wants to deal with that. So at the very first phase, you need to already have some funding to just move in. Also, I encountered the situation where, before the full-scale invasion, since we were developing dynamically, I had the chance to make use of the national program financing equipment. I had those plans. We wanted to launch a second coffee shop, and when I encountered that problem, that issue, well, we were there without working businesses. It was non-profitable, and we went applied for debt restructuring, and they only did that for 3 months. So then, with our own funds, we had to by and by repay that, even though we were IDPs and we encountered a lot of issues, and that really remains quite a pressing issue. The tools that I believe could be helpful to develop the recovery process, first and foremost, I also forgot to mention that we applied for the grant program, and we touched upon that, but I heard now twice. So without explanation from the bank, I developed the business plan, and my business is an active business for 7 years, but I was not admitted for this program. So all of these pressing issues had to be resolved with our own savings. So for development in the rebuilding process, I believe that there are, businesses after allocation need access to loans. That needs to be a program that would work for relocation of small businesses, not for large ones, but for small businesses that would also like to keep existing. If this is about grants from the state, those also need to be certain amounts of funds that could be helpful there, because the amount indicated in the grant, that was $10,000, and that is a very small amount, even for a business like ours. This is a coffee shop and a confectionery shop. So the business doesn't generate profit at once. So it would be good to have certain benefits under the taxation system. So we started we opened up in May, and we started working in January, and 90% of my employees are IDPs, my entire team, and thus I received some basic compensation only this month to repay salaries, and only this month. So these are the aspects about and the story of my relocation and our small business from occupied territories. You know, in the past panel, we were speaking about why there are so many male entrepreneurs and not that many female entrepreneurs. And they say that women are apprehensive of risks, but based on your story, this is so inspiring for all of you. So I wish you your coffee shop to become a chain, an all-Ukraine chain, and what appeared in Kherson, let it develop throughout Ukraine. I'm sure that it will work for you. And most importantly, you mentioned the issues that you encounter, and I believe that a lot of entrepreneurs can support you there. So thank you to the founder and the branch chef of the coffee shop. Do visit it, the nominee of SEAL National Award. And when we speak about that, they go for help to the state, and the state is not always in the position to help. We often rely on the large organizations that go in hand with us in the context of full-scale invasion. And here we have representative of one of those organizations, Deputy Head of Mission of USAID to Ukraine, Ms. Doros. Thank you for joining us today. And I believe that, well, you can understand this pain where people ask the state for help and the state cannot provide assistance because there are other challenges. So what about USAID mission, and what about your vision of how you could support businesses, entrepreneurs, the state during the war and afterwards in the recovery process?
Thank you very much for your question. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you. And I'm really grateful to everyone who is still here. It's the end of the day. I know that you already had a lot of discussions, a lot of conversations about the important role of women in private sector and in reconstruction and recovery of Ukraine. And what I can say about the future of Ukraine, first of all, I would like to say that recovery of Ukraine, the future of Ukraine will be led by Ukrainians. And the United States are shoulder to shoulder to you, supporting you, and it will be in the future. Our State Secretary Antony Blinken mentioned that recovery should build the base for prosperity of Ukraine as an independent state, which is safe and secure, which is integrated into Europe and has access to world markets as democratic state which work based on the rule of law, as a place which provides to all Ukrainians human rights and the possibility to realize their potential. And all our resources that we invest in the recovery of Ukraine, that's what we are aiming at. We know that the cost of reconstruction of Ukraine is more than $411 billion. It's a lot of money. And I think it's twice the size of the economy of Ukraine in 2022. And you know that we provided more than $20 billion as direct budget support to the government. And I think that's very important assistance so that the government could provide the most important services to the citizens. For example, healthcare services, also paying salaries to teachers, provide assistance to IDPs, and so on. But we all understand that only private sector can and will be able to mobilize investment, which is necessary for Ukraine. And private business, that's enterprises, and we assist businesses. We help them create workplaces, and not only to big enterprises, but we also support small and middle businesses. For example, the enterprise which was mentioned today. We also assist to improve business environment in Ukraine, and inclusion is one of the aspects of good business environment. And we want to expand possibilities for women and girls in Ukraine so that they can take on leadership roles. And we are very proud of our programs, especially the program which provided $1.5 billion to grants to businesses led by women. And these grants can be used to expand production for relocation, for export, and also for implementing innovations. I am a new person in the country. I think it's my third week in Kyiv. but I am very impressed how innovative Ukrainian economy is. And I know that it's been discussed before, but I hope that competitive economy can implement innovations in the area of gender equality as well. And since February 2022, our program, CEP, provided assistance to more than 350 enterprises which are led by women and owned by women. And with support of USAID, we created more than 2,000 workplaces for women. And we also assist organize events like the Business Forum for Women Leaders, which was organized in Khmelnytsky, Kyiv, and Uzhhorod. And I just would like to tell you about one of these companies. This is the company Vesna. They make organic cosmetics, and their owners are mother and daughter. So this company lost access to their laboratory in Bucha, and USAID assisted them to relocate to Lviv, and enterprise bought new equipment and relaunched their production in Lviv. And even times of war, they achieved sales for more than $100,000, created 9 workplaces, and opened 2 shops in shopping malls in Kyiv. We are very proud of this company, and we are very proud of every company which are leading even during the war. It's just one of the examples of great potential which are owned by women. That's all from me. Thank you very much. Ms. Theodora, I will step away just to say that you speak Ukrainian wonderfully. This is very special for us. It's a sign of respect. Thank you very much for doing this. So that was Theodora Dell. Now we are going to have a special guest. So what we all want? We want some medicine for pain, medicine from war, and poison for enemy. So who can give up all of us? So that's of course pharmaceutical enterprise. So we have Mr. Vasyl Huberets of pharmaceutical company Darnice. So your company, as any company in medical area, of course, very important. You make medicine for soldiers and civilians. But how do you see the development, integration to new Ukraine? The country is changing, your company is changing, probably your product line is changing as well. So what are your plans for the future? And how are you going to develop and help Ukraine? Thank you very much for the invitation. So when organizers invited us, I was hesitant because the topic was not really in line with our priorities, but I thought that a few years ago we had researched the portrait of our consumer, and basically it is a female consumer. It's a woman, successful woman, confident woman, 35 plus with children. And this was our first bridge, which united us. And by the way, we talk about numbers. We have 60% of our employees are women. 1/3 top managers, these are women. And if we talk about mid-level, 51% these are women. I will not tell you that we had some special programs. No, we never set it as our goal, but it happened organically. And the role of women in Ukrainian pharmaceutical sector and in Darnitz, this role is important as well. We have three key directions which are important to us. That's cardiovascular diseases, neurology, and pain management. Therefore, with these priorities, we will go into the future. On the other hand, we understand that Ukrainian society, not only after victory, not only when the war is over, but even now, face huge problems with mental health. We organized with our partners one of research agencies. We did the research, and we showed that more than half of Ukrainians, they have issues with mental health. And out of these people, only 13% they come to doctors with that, for different reasons. That's stigmatization. They are ashamed to come with these issues to doctors. And so we have two parallel work. So we have educational and awareness campaign among people like us, among potential clients, and of course among professional community. What should be done, how to fight that, what products we can use, and of course we are going to expand our product line aimed at this as well. One more. I would like to share a story. Maybe it's not really a direct answer to your question, but when I talk to my colleagues in top management, or when I share this with journalists or people in communications, I said that if I were not married, I would fall in love with this woman or marry her, this Darvid Znaka. This is annual award for pharmacies given by our company. We established this program a year ago, and we recognize the achievements of pharmacy workers who showed the heroism and high level of humanity and saved lives. Last year, we gave this award in 5 nominations, and we had the winner from Kherson as well. This year, we had 3 nominations, and I will be grateful if you go to our website, Darnitz.ua, and if you know people like this, so you can share this information, because this is something that comes from our hearts, and it's about recognition of achievements of people. We have impressive stories how pharmacy workers, when they provided medical help right there in the pharmacy, when pharmacies were hit by a missile, and they are just immediately provide first aid. Or first days of full-scale invasion, everything was closed, and one pharmacy is open for the whole town or city. People didn't come to work, and you understand why, but somebody did come, and they work with us, with consumers, patients. There are lines, a few kilometers lines, but they stop and they work non-stop for 12, 13 hours a day, and this deserves our thanks. It deserves a word. We give this A war is not on our own. We have panel of judges. It consists of 3 professionals. And then, as Eurovision, like old rules of Eurovision, we have public voting. So we have shortlist, 30 nominees, 10 for each nomination. And then each of us can support the story which we want to support. So I will not talk about poison to occupiers, but about plans and about, you know, our company is not about pills. Our company is about our country, about protect, save, and our health. Thank you very much, Mr. Vasil. You know, on the first days of full-scale invasion, as you mentioned, the pharmacies were closed, and it felt like it was closed forever, because everybody took care of their security. And then somebody opens first coffee place for territorial defense and military and just regular people, and then first pharmacy open, and that's decision of some people. And thanks to us, our country prevailed, and we will win. Vasil Huberets, pharmaceutical company Darnice, corporate communications, and he shared principle of the work of his company. So we have time for questions. No, like everybody's already ready for champagne and we don't want to ask questions. Yes, we had a lot of panels. Actually, if we have time, I would like to add, we mentioned Ukraine Recovery Conference in London, and I think it is very important thing that we need to mention again, because there are many different conferences, and this conference was special, and we were one of Ukrainian companies which was there, and we made presentation with our competitor. That's a very unusual story for our pharmaceutical market. We represented our pharmaceutical market, and we talked about investment in pharmaceutical market of Ukraine. I didn't visit the conference. The head of our company visited, and some of my colleagues visited, and that was the level of support which we have never seen in our lives. And it's not just because it was that like blue and yellow flags were all over London, but these are real commitments. This is some of investments that our partners and friends are ready to invest. And these are not donations, this is investments, which is very important. Yes, it shows that the world believes in us and believes in our country. And of course, all together, we will bring this Victory Day closer together. Thank you very much for participation, and I want to thank all of you, because we discuss these issues for all of you, and we are fighting for women not to have a special place. We want to have equality as a natural phenomenon. I don't know whether we are ready for champagne. Yeah, we definitely can drink something.